Most people don't realize how tired they truly are until they finally stop moving. When the lights go off, when the phone is silent, when there is nothing left to distract you, your mind begins replaying everything you tried to outrun all day. The unfinished thoughts, the quiet fears, the pressure you carry without showing it, and the strange feeling that even when your body is still, something inside you refuses to rest. Not because you're broken, but because no one ever showed you how to quiet the storm without fighting it. We were taught how to stay busy, not how to be calm, how to solve problems, not how to release them, how to plan the future, not how to feel safe in the present. So the mind keeps spinning, searching for control, holding tension like it's protection. But deep inside, there is a calmer place that has been waiting for you to return. A place that doesn't rush, doesn't panic, doesn't need everything figured out. Not sleep as escape, but sleep as healing. The Stoics understood something most people miss. That peace begins the moment you stop arguing with what is. That the mind becomes lighter when it no longer tries to carry the whole world at once. That calm is not something you find outside, but something you train within, slowly, gently, night after night. And when the subconscious learns this calm, it starts choosing it for you, even when life is uncertain. Tonight, this journey is here to guide you into that place. 4 hours to loosen the grip of overthinking. 4 hours to retrain the mind to feel safe without control. 4 hours to let the deeper part of you remember what quiet truly feels like. So that when morning comes, you don't just wake up rested, you wake up lighter. And as the mind begins to soften and the body settles into stillness, there is a quiet doorway that appears. A small window of time most people rush past without noticing. It comes right before sleep takes you. A fragile, honest moment when the world has stopped asking things from you and you are left alone with yourself. The Stoics treated this moment as sacred, not because night was special, but because it was the only time the mind stopped performing. This is where real calm can begin, if you know how to use it. There is something deeply revealing about the last thoughts you carry into sleep. They follow you like shadows into the dark, shaping the tone of your rest and the weight you wake up with. Many people fall asleep while replaying arguments, worrying about tomorrow, or quietly judging themselves for things they cannot change anymore. They enter sleep cluttered, and then wonder why their rest feels heavy. The Stoics refused to end the day this way. They believed nightfall was a cleansing, a chance to return the mind to neutral before surrendering to rest. Instead of escaping their thoughts, they faced them calmly. Not to punish themselves, not to relive pain, but to clear the mental dust that collected during the day. They would review their actions with the same honesty a teacher uses to correct a student they care about. Where did I act wisely? Where did I let emotion take control? What did I carry that was never mine to hold? This practice was not about perfection, it was about accuracy, because a mind that sees clearly sleeps peacefully. What made this powerful was the absence of self-anger. Most people either ignore their mistakes or attack themselves for them. Both approaches keep the mind tense. The Stoics chose a third path: calm correction. When they noticed a failure, they treated it like a lesson already paid for. Something to learn from, not something to relive. This allowed the subconscious to release guilt instead of storing it. Over time, this built a quiet confidence, the kind that comes from knowing you are improving without needing to prove it. They also used this moment to return everything that did not belong to them: the harsh words of others, the expectations placed on them, the problems they could not solve in a single day. Carrying those into sleep would only drain tomorrow before it arrived. So they mentally set them down, as if placing heavy bags on the floor, not denying they existed, just refusing to drag them into the night. This simple act told the mind that rest was safe, that vigilance was no longer required. Another part of this reset was forgiveness, not dramatic forgiveness, not forced kindness, but quiet release. Holding resentment keeps the body alert, as if danger is still present. Letting go signals to the nervous system that the threat has passed. The Stoics understood that anger is exhausting to carry alone in the dark. By dissolving it before sleep, they prevented it from becoming tomorrow's mood. They chose peace, not because others deserved it, but because their own mind did. They also reminded themselves of something most people forget at night. The day is complete. There is nothing left to fix until morning. The human mind struggles with unfinished business, replaying tasks and conversations as if staying awake could somehow solve them. The Stoics trained themselves to close the day like a book, accepting that effort has limits. This created a sense of closure, a quiet signal that it was time to withdraw from the world and return to the self. What happens when this becomes a habit is subtle but powerful. Sleep stops feeling like collapse and starts feeling like renewal. You are no longer dragging yesterday into tomorrow. You are stepping into rest with a clear inner space, free from the noise that once followed you. Over time, the subconscious begins to expect this calm. It learns that night is not for rumination, but for restoration. So, as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to solve, defend, or carry. The day has already taken what it needed from you. What remains is simply the chance to release it. Let the mind loosen its grip on everything that tried to define you today. Let the silence clean what the noise stirred up, and allow this moment before sleep to become what the Stoics knew it could be: a quiet reset that prepares you to wake lighter than you were before. And as the mind clears the dust of the day and the weight begins to loosen, something else quietly remains beneath it all: the role you carried from morning until night. The version of you that had to respond, perform, decide, defend, explain, achieve. Even in silence, that identity can cling tightly, as if it's afraid to disappear. The Stoics understood that true rest does not begin when the body lies down, but when the self you presented to the world is finally allowed to step aside. This is where a deeper release becomes possible. There is a quiet discomfort that appears when the day ends and there is no one left to be for. No tasks, no conversations, no expectations pressing in. Just you, without the titles and responsibilities. Many people rush to fill this space with distraction because they do not know who they are without the noise. But the Stoics saw this moment differently. They saw it as a return, a chance to separate the real self from the temporary masks worn throughout the day. All day long, the mind builds a story about who you are. The competent one, the one who must hold everything together, the one who cannot afford to fail. These roles are useful in the daylight, but they are heavy to carry into the night. When they follow you into bed, the nervous system stays alert, as if tomorrow has already begun. Letting go of these roles tells the body that the performance is over. Nothing is required now. No one needs anything from you. You are allowed to exist without proving yourself. The Stoics practiced stepping back from their own identity, not to erase themselves, but to remember that they were more than their circumstances. They knew that the self tied to success or failure is fragile, easily shaken by events beyond control. By loosening that attachment before sleep, they prevented the day's outcomes from defining their inner state. Whether the day went well or poorly, they refused to carry that label into the next one. This protected their peace from being dictated by temporary events. Another part of this release was letting go of the judgments attached to the self. Thoughts like, "I should have done better," or "I am not enough," tend to surface at night when distractions fade. These judgments feel personal, as if they describe something permanent. But the Stoics viewed them as passing opinions of the mind, not truths. By observing these thoughts without agreeing with them, they weakened their hold. The mind learned that it could produce criticism without being believed. They also understood that identity often clings to control. The ego wants to manage everything, to anticipate every possibility, to prevent discomfort before it arrives. This constant monitoring keeps the body tense long after the day is over. Releasing the ego before sleep meant accepting that the world would continue without their supervision. Problems would wait. Outcomes would unfold in their own time. This acceptance allowed the nervous system to stand down, shifting from vigilance to restoration. There is also a quiet freedom in remembering that you are not the emotions you felt today. Frustration, pressure, sadness, even excitement. They moved through you, but they are not your essence. When you stop identifying with them, they lose their urgency. The Stoics practiced seeing themselves as observers of their inner weather rather than victims of it. This created distance, and in that distance, calm could settle naturally. As this habit deepens, sleep becomes less about escaping the day and more about returning to a stable center that was never damaged by it. You begin to sense a part of yourself that exists beneath roles, beyond success and failure, untouched by opinion. That part does not need to be defended or improved tonight. It simply needs space to breathe. So as you settle further into stillness, allow the version of you that carried the day to step aside. You do not need to hold on to who you were a few hours ago. You do not need to prepare for who you must be tomorrow. For now, there is only the quiet presence that remains when everything else is set down. Let that be enough. Let that be who rests tonight, free from the weight of identity, returning to a calm that was always there waiting underneath. And once the roles of the day loosen their grip, and the mind no longer clings to who it had to be, a deeper layer begins to reveal itself. The quiet fear of what tomorrow might bring. Not loud fear, not panic, but the subtle tension of hoping things go your way. The Stoics knew that this hidden expectation is what disturbs rest the most, because when the mind demands comfort, safety, or certainty, it stays alert all night, scanning for signs that those things might be taken away. This is why they practiced something unusual before sleep. Not to calm themselves with pleasant fantasies, but to gently prepare the mind for difficulty so it would no longer fear it. There is a strange freedom in accepting that life will not always cooperate. Most anxiety comes from the belief that things should unfold according to our plans. When they don't, the shock feels personal, as if reality has betrayed us. The Stoics trained their minds to remove that shock in advance. They would quietly remind themselves that loss, inconvenience, misunderstanding, and discomfort are not interruptions to life. They are part of it. By rehearsing this truth at night, the subconscious stopped treating adversity as an emergency. This was not pessimism. It was emotional preparation. When the mind learns to expect nothing, it becomes grateful for everything. Small comforts stop feeling ordinary and start feeling like gifts. At the same time, when something difficult appears, it no longer feels like the ground has disappeared beneath you. You remain steady because you were not leaning on the illusion that life owed you ease. During this quiet rehearsal, they did not imagine worst-case scenarios to frighten themselves. They simply acknowledged that tomorrow might contain things they did not choose. Someone may disappoint you, plans may change, effort may not produce immediate results. By accepting this in advance, the mind relaxed its grip on control. It understood that it could handle uncertainty without constant tension. Another effect of this practice was resilience. When adversity arrived, it felt familiar rather than overwhelming. The subconscious recognized it as something already considered, not a sudden invasion. This reduced the emotional spike that usually accompanies difficulty. Instead of reacting with panic or frustration, the Stoic mind responded with calm adjustment. Energy was saved for action rather than wasted on resistance. They also reminded themselves that adversity often reveals strength that comfort hides. Challenges expose patience, courage, creativity, and endurance, qualities that cannot develop in perfect conditions. Seeing hardship as training rather than punishment changed their relationship with it. The mind stopped viewing difficulty as proof that something was wrong and started seeing it as proof that growth was happening. This rehearsal also dissolved the fear of loss. Much of human anxiety comes from imagining what would happen if something valuable disappeared: status, security, relationships, health. By acknowledging that nothing is permanently guaranteed, the Stoics freed themselves from clinging. They could appreciate what they had without living in terror of losing it. This created a quiet independence, a sense that their peace did not depend entirely on circumstances staying the same. As the body prepares for sleep, this mindset signals safety to the nervous system. If nothing is required to be perfect tomorrow, there is nothing to guard against tonight. Vigilance softens. The mind no longer feels responsible for predicting every outcome. It can finally rest, trusting that whatever comes will be met when it arrives, not before. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to secure, protect, or guarantee. Tomorrow will unfold in its own way, just as every day before it has. You have already survived uncertainty many times without knowing how you would. That quiet strength is still within you. Let the mind release its demand for control. Let it rest in the understanding that you can face whatever appears, one step at a time. In this acceptance, something unexpected happens. Fear loses its urgency. Hope becomes calmer. And sleep begins to feel like surrender, not defeat. A peaceful pause before meeting life again with steady eyes and an untroubled mind. And as the mind grows familiar with uncertainty and no longer trembles at the thought of discomfort, another quiet source of tension begins to surface. The effort of constantly being someone. The pressure to maintain an image, to defend a story about who you are, to hold together the version of yourself the world has learned to expect. Even in solitude, that effort continues, as if the performance never truly ends. The Stoics recognized this invisible strain. They saw that much of human unrest comes not from events themselves, but from the exhausting task of protecting an identity that was never meant to be permanent. There is a surprising relief in allowing yourself to be nobody for a while. Not in the sense of losing worth, but in the sense of setting down the labels that keep the mind rigid. The successful one, the strong one, the responsible one, the misunderstood one. Each of these roles demands energy to maintain. When you loosen your grip on them, something softer appears underneath. A self that does not need to prove, compare, or defend. This is where calm begins, because there is nothing left to protect. The Stoics practiced stepping outside their own story. They would remind themselves that they were simply a small part of a vast world, a passing life among countless others. This perspective did not diminish them, it freed them. When you stop placing yourself at the center of everything, the weight of constant self-concern fades. Problems feel smaller. Criticism loses its sting. Even praise becomes lighter, no longer something you must chase to confirm your value. Another reason this practice brings peace is that identity is often tied to expectation. When you believe you must always be a certain way, every situation becomes a test. If you fail, your sense of self feels threatened. By becoming nobody, you remove the pressure of constant evaluation. You are no longer measuring yourself against an image. You are simply present, responding to life as it unfolds, rather than as you think it should. There is also freedom in realizing that you are not required to carry yesterday's version of yourself into tomorrow. People change, priorities shift, understanding deepens. Clinging to an old identity can trap you in patterns that no longer fit. The Stoics allowed themselves to evolve without guilt, treating the self as something fluid rather than fixed. This made it easier to release mistakes, because those mistakes no longer defined who they were. Becoming nobody also softens the fear of judgment. When the ego is less involved, the opinions of others lose their power to disturb your inner state. You can listen without feeling attacked, disagree without feeling threatened, walk away without needing the last word. This quiet confidence does not come from thinking you are above others, but from no longer needing to rank yourself at all. As the mind absorbs this perspective, it stops rehearsing conversations and defending imaginary scenarios. It no longer needs to rewrite the past to protect pride or predict the future to preserve status. Energy that was once tied up in maintaining identity becomes available for calm awareness. The nervous system relaxes because there is nothing fragile left to guard. Lying here now, you can sense how peaceful it feels when you do not have to be anyone in particular. No role to fulfill, no reputation to maintain, no narrative to carry forward. Just a quiet presence, breathing, existing, free from the constant effort of defining itself. In this space, rest comes naturally, because the mind is no longer busy constructing and protecting a self-image. This is why the Stoics valued humility, not as self-denial, but as liberation from the burden of ego. When you become nobody, you become available to everything. Life stops feeling like a stage and starts feeling like a flow you can move with. And as sleep approaches, this loosened identity allows you to drift without resistance, free from the tension of needing to wake up tomorrow as the same person you were today. For now, there is nothing to uphold and nothing to prove. The calm you are touching does not belong to a title, a history, or a role. It belongs to the quiet awareness beneath them all, the part of you that remains steady when everything else changes. Let that be what carries you into rest, light, unguarded, and finally at ease. And as the grip of identity loosens and the need to protect an image fades into the background, another quiet fear begins to show itself. The fear of losing what remains, the people you love, the stability you rely on, the small comforts that make life feel safe. Even in stillness, the mind clings to these things, whispering that peace depends on them staying exactly as they are. The The Stoics understood this attachment well. They knew that fear grows strongest around the things we are most afraid to imagine without. So instead of avoiding that thought, they faced it gently in the quiet of night, not to hurt themselves, but to free themselves. There is a strange calm that comes from briefly acknowledging that nothing in life is permanently guaranteed, not as a dark idea, but as a clarifying one. When you allow yourself to see that everything is temporary, every possession, every role, every relationship, even your own body, appreciation deepens and fear softens at the same time. The Stoics practiced this reflection before sleep because the mind is more open when the world is quiet. They would picture life without certain comforts, not to dwell on loss, but to remind themselves that their ability to endure did not depend on those comforts existing. This practice dissolves the illusion that happiness is fragile. Most anxiety comes from the belief that losing something will destroy you. By calmly imagining that possibility, the subconscious learns that survival is still possible. The imagined shock fades, replaced by a steady understanding that your core remains intact even if circumstances change. This removes the desperate need to control everything, because the mind is no longer convinced that loss equals collapse. It also transforms gratitude into something deeper. When you recognize that what you have could disappear, you begin to value it without clinging to it. A simple conversation feels richer. A quiet evening feels like a gift rather than something ordinary. You stop postponing appreciation for some future moment and start living inside it now. The Stoics believed this was the only way to truly enjoy life, by loving it without demanding that it stay the same. Another hidden benefit is courage. When loss is no longer unthinkable, it stops being paralyzing. You become less afraid to take risks, to speak honestly, to live fully. Fear shrinks because the worst has already been faced in the safety of your own mind. This does not make you cold or detached. It makes you steady. You can care deeply without being consumed by anxiety about what might happen. As the body prepares for sleep, this reflection signals to the nervous system that there is nothing to guard obsessively. If you can accept the possibility of change, you no longer need to stay tense, trying to prevent it. The mind releases its tight hold on the future. It understands that whatever comes will be met with the same quiet strength you are cultivating now. So as you rest here, you do not need to push these thoughts away or dramatize them. Simply acknowledge the fragile nature of life, and then let that awareness soften your grip on it. Nothing is being taken from you in this moment. You are only remembering that peace does not come from possession, but from resilience. The ability to remain steady even when the ground shifts. In this acceptance, fear loses its sharp edge. Love becomes calmer. Presence becomes easier. And sleep arrives not as an escape from worry, but as a gentle surrender to the flow of life itself, trusting that whatever tomorrow holds, you will meet it with a quieter heart and a mind no longer haunted by the possibility of loss. And as the fear of loss softens and the mind no longer clings so tightly to what might disappear, another habit reveals itself: the restless urge to run ahead of life. The tendency to live in tomorrow before today has even ended. Plans, worries, unfinished tasks, imagined conversations, problems that have not yet happened. The body lies still, but the mind keeps moving, as if sleep were a delay instead of a necessity. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that peace at night requires a discipline most people never learn. The discipline of finishing the day from the inside, not just from the outside. There is a quiet exhaustion that comes from never mentally clocking out. Even when the work is done, The mind keeps drafting new scenarios, rehearsing what must be said, calculating what could go wrong. It believes this constant preparation will create safety. In reality, it prevents recovery. The nervous system stays in a low state of alert, as if dawn is already demanding your attention. The Stoics trained themselves to stop this forward chase. They reminded the mind that tomorrow is not a place you can prepare for tonight. Ending the day fully meant drawing a boundary in time, a clear inner signal that nothing else needed to be solved before morning. They treated night as a natural closing, like the setting of the sun, not something to resist, but something to follow. When the day was over, they allowed it to be over completely. Tasks left unfinished were accepted as part of being human, not as evidence of failure. This removed the pressure to mentally keep working in the dark. Another part of this discipline was refusing to carry tomorrow's responsibilities into the present moment. Anticipation can be useful during the day, but at night it becomes noise. The mind tries to control events that have not yet begun, draining energy from the only time meant for restoration. The Stoics practiced returning attention to what was actually happening: the quiet room, the steady breath, the simple fact of being alive without demands. This grounded awareness told the brain it could stop scanning for future threats. They also understood that chasing tomorrow often hides a deeper fear. The fear that if you stop thinking, something important will be missed. But clarity rarely comes from exhaustion. It comes from distance. By stepping away from problems overnight, they allowed solutions to emerge naturally with a rested mind. Trust replaced urgency. They believed that wisdom grows in silence, not in endless mental rehearsal. This practice also changed how they viewed time itself. Instead of seeing tomorrow as something to conquer, they saw it as something that would arrive on its own. There was no need to meet it halfway. Each day would bring its own challenges, just as every day before had done. This perspective reduced the pressure to control the future and increased the ability to meet it calmly when it came. As the mind learns to stop reaching forward, it begins to settle back into the present body. Muscles loosen, breathing slows, thoughts lose their frantic edge. The nervous system shifts from preparation to recovery, allowing sleep to feel like a return rather than an interruption. Over time, the subconscious adopts this rhythm, understanding that night is not for planning life, but for restoring the strength needed to live it. So, as you rest here now, there is nowhere else you need to be. Tomorrow does not need your attention yet. The problems waiting for you will wait a little longer without growing stronger. Let the day close behind you like a door that no longer needs to be held open. Let the future remain where it belongs, out of reach, untouched, free from your effort. In this quiet completion, something gentle happens. The chase slows. The mind stops leaning forward, and sleep becomes an act of trust. Trust that you have done enough for today. Trust that tomorrow will come without being pulled. Trust that peace is possible when you allow the present moment to be the only place you live. And as the chase toward tomorrow finally slows, and the mind stops leaning into a future it cannot reach, the body begins to reveal something it has been waiting for all along: permission to return to its natural rhythm. Beneath the planning, beneath the tension, beneath the quiet urgency to stay alert, there is a biological wisdom that knows how to rest without being told. The Stoics believed that much of human distress comes from drifting out of harmony with the natural order of things. Not just the seasons and the cycles of day and night, but the deeper rhythm that governs all living systems. When that rhythm is ignored, the nervous system stays unsettled, like an instrument tuned too tight. There is a reason the body softens when the world grows quiet. For thousands of years, humans lived according to light and darkness, activity and stillness. Night signaled safety, a time to withdraw from effort and recover strength. But modern life has trained the mind to override these signals, to remain stimulated long after the body is asking for calm. The Stoics practiced the opposite. They welcomed night as a return to balance, a reminder that nothing in nature moves endlessly without pause. Letting the nervous system return to nature begins with acceptance of stillness, not forced relaxation, not techniques layered on top of tension, but simple allowance. The heart slows on its own when it senses that vigilance is no longer required. Muscles release when they no longer anticipate action. Breath deepens when it is not being monitored. This happens automatically when the mind stops resisting rest. The Stoics understood that peace often comes not from doing something new, but from stopping what is unnecessary. They also saw themselves as part of a larger whole, rather than isolated individuals struggling alone. This perspective dissolves the feeling that everything depends on you personally. The world continues to turn without your supervision. The night unfolds without needing your input. Stars move, air cools, life carries on in quiet cycles. When you remember this, the nervous system relaxes its grip. You are not holding the universe together. You are simply resting inside it. Another aspect of this alignment is trusting the body's intelligence. Many people treat their physical signals as inconveniences, fatigue, tension, heaviness, pushing through them as if endurance were the only virtue. The Stoics valued endurance, but not at the expense of wisdom. They believed listening to the body was part of living rationally. When tiredness arrives, it is not weakness speaking, but nature inviting recovery. Accepting that invitation restores balance faster than fighting it. There is also calm in synchronizing with the simple rhythm of breath, not controlling it, not turning it into a task, but noticing its steady rise and fall. Breath is the body's way of marking time without words. It reminds you that life is happening in quiet cycles, not in the frantic pace the mind creates. When attention settles here, thoughts lose urgency. The nervous system shifts from alertness to restoration, guided by a pattern older than any worry. As this alignment deepens, sleep begins to feel less like shutting down and more like rejoining a natural flow. You are not forcing yourself into unconsciousness. You are allowing the body to follow the same rhythm it has followed since the beginning of your life. The Stoics saw this as an act of humility, recognizing that nature knows how to sustain you better than your anxious mind does. So, as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to fix or accelerate. The day has ended in its own time, just as the sun sets without being pushed. Your body knows how to return to calm if you stop pulling it in the opposite direction. Let the world move at its own pace while you step out of the struggle to keep up. In this quiet surrender, something ancient awakens, a sense of belonging to the rhythm of life itself. And as that feeling spreads, the nervous system releases its last traces of resistance, guiding you gently toward rest. Not as an escape from the world, but as a peaceful return to it, steady, grounded, and finally at ease. And as the body settles into the natural rhythm of night and the nervous system begins to trust the quiet again, another source of disturbance becomes easier to notice: the constant feeding of the mind. Not with food, but with noise, emotion, and stimulation. that keeps the inner world awake long after the day has ended. The Stoics understood that the mind, like the body, can become overwhelmed when it is never given a chance to empty itself. Just as fasting allows the body to reset, they practiced a kind of mental fasting before sleep, stepping away from anything that stirred strong reactions or pulled them back into the chaos they were trying to leave behind. There is a hidden cost to ending the day with intense conversations, troubling information, or emotional entertainment. The body may be still, but the nervous system absorbs the energy of whatever the mind consumes. Anger, excitement, fear, comparison. These states linger, echoing in the background when the lights go off. The Stoics avoided this not because they were fragile, but because they valued clarity. They chose calm input in the final hours of the day, allowing the mind to cool rather than inflame. Mental fasting begins with the decision to stop taking in more than you can peacefully carry into the night. It means recognizing that not everything deserves your attention, especially when rest is near. The urge to check one more message, watch one more dramatic story, or replay one more argument feels harmless, yet it signals to the brain that activity must continue. Refusing that urge creates a boundary, a quiet declaration that the day's emotional intake is complete. This practice also trains the mind to be less dependent on constant stimulation. Many people fear silence because it exposes thoughts they have been avoiding. But when you gradually reduce the noise, silence becomes less threatening and more restorative. The Stoics welcomed this silence, seeing it as a cleansing space where the mind could return to its natural clarity. Without new impressions rushing in, old tensions lose momentum and begin to dissolve on their own. Another benefit of this fasting is emotional neutrality. When you stop feeding the mind with charged material, your inner state stabilizes. You are no longer riding waves of reaction created by external sources. This neutrality makes it easier to observe thoughts without being pulled into them. Sleep then arrives gently, without the residue of agitation that usually follows a day of constant input. They also understood that what you consume before sleep shapes the tone of your dreams and the mood you wake up with. Ending the night calmly prepares the subconscious to process the day without distress. It is like clearing a workspace before leaving, ensuring that tomorrow begins in order rather than confusion. Over time, this becomes a powerful habit, one that protects your peace without requiring effort once it is established. As you rest here now, there is nothing you need to absorb or react to. The world can continue without your participation for a few hours. Messages can wait. Stories can wait. Problems can wait. Your mind does not need to stay open to everything at all times. Closing the gate for the night is not avoidance. It is wisdom. In this quiet fasting, something gentle happens. The mind stops reaching outward and begins settling inward. Thoughts grow softer, less urgent, like echoes fading in a large room. The nervous system recognizes that no new demands are coming, allowing it to release the last layers of tension. Let the silence be enough. Let the absence of stimulation feel like relief rather than emptiness. And as this calm deepens, sleep approaches naturally, not pulled by exhaustion, but welcomed by a mind that has finally been allowed to rest from the endless task of taking in the world. And as the mind grows quieter from the absence of new noise, something older and heavier sometimes rises to the surface, the weight of what cannot be undone. Regret has a way of waiting for silence, appearing when there is nothing left to distract you from it. Words you wish you had not said, chances you did not take, moments you handled poorly. At night, these memories can feel sharper, as if the darkness gives them space to echo. The Stoics knew this pattern well. They understood that regret, if left unresolved, can follow you into sleep and return with you in the morning, turning rest into quiet punishment. So they practiced a deliberate release, a method of dissolving regret before the mind crossed into night. The first step was honesty without cruelty. They did not pretend mistakes never happened, but they also refused to torture themselves with endless replay. They would acknowledge the error plainly, the way a wise teacher points out what went wrong so learning can occur. Regret loses its poison when it becomes instruction instead of accusation. The past stops being a courtroom and becomes a classroom. This shift tells the subconscious that the lesson has been received and the case is closed. They also reminded themselves that every action was made with the understanding they had at that moment. Growth changes perspective, making past choices appear foolish or careless, but that does not mean you had the awareness you possess now. Judging the past self by present knowledge creates an impossible standard. The Stoics practiced compassion toward their earlier selves, seeing them as unfinished versions rather than failures. This softened the inner voice that keeps reopening old wounds. Another part of dissolving regret was recognizing the limits of control. Some outcomes are shaped by forces beyond intention, timing, other people's choices, circumstances no one could predict. Holding yourself responsible for everything that followed only deepens the burden. By separating what was within their power from what was not, they freed themselves from carrying blame that did not belong to them. This clarity allowed the mind to rest instead of continuing a battle it could never win. They also focused on restitution where possible. If a mistake could be corrected, they planned a calm action for the future rather than reliving the past. Knowing that repair was underway eased the need for rumination. If nothing could be changed, they practiced acceptance, understanding that reality does not reverse itself through suffering. Energy spent wishing for a different past is energy stolen from the present moment. Forgiveness played a quiet role as well. Not dramatic forgiveness, not forced absolution, but a gradual willingness to stop punishing themselves. The Stoics believed that growth is meaningless if it is never allowed to replace guilt. By forgiving their own imperfections, they made space for improvement rather than paralysis. This created a steady inner environment where mistakes became stepping stones instead of chains. As the mind releases regret, the body follows. Shoulders soften, breath deepens, the tightness in the chest loosens. Sleep approaches without the resistance created by unresolved tension. The subconscious no longer needs to rehearse the same memory in an attempt to solve it. It understands that the work has been done, the lesson integrated. So, as you lie here now, there is nothing from the past that needs to be replayed again tonight. Whatever happened has already shaped you in ways that cannot be undone. You are not required to carry its weight into tomorrow. Let the memory exist without holding on to it. Let the lesson remain while the pain fades. In this quiet release, something gentle replaces the heaviness, a sense that you are allowed to move forward without dragging yesterday behind you. And as that feeling spreads, sleep becomes not just rest for the body, but mercy for the mind, a soft closing of the day that leaves you lighter than you were before. And as regret loosens its grip, and the past no longer demands to be relived, the mind encounters one final struggle before rest. The quiet resistance to what is. Not loud rebellion, not dramatic denial, but the subtle tension of wishing reality was slightly different, wanting the day to have gone another way, wanting people to have behaved differently, wanting circumstances to match the picture you carried in your head. This resistance keeps a small part of the mind awake, as if staying alert might somehow rewrite what has already happened. The Stoics understood that true rest begins the moment this resistance dissolves. So each night, they practiced acceptance as a ritual, not as surrender, but as alignment with the facts of existence. Acceptance does not mean approving of everything that occurred. It means recognizing that reality is already complete. The day has unfolded. The words have been spoken. The outcomes have taken shape. Fighting these facts in your mind only prolongs the disturbance. The Stoics would quietly remind themselves that reality does not argue back. It simply remains as it is. By dropping the inner protest, they freed their energy from a battle that could never be won. This ritual often began with a simple acknowledgement. Today was what it was. No decoration, no exaggeration, no judgment. Just a clear statement that the day cannot be relived or redesigned. This clarity creates a surprising calm, because the mind stops searching for alternative versions of events. It returns to the present, where nothing needs to be fixed right now. They also accepted their own limits within the day. Even with effort and intention, not everything can be handled perfectly. Fatigue affects decisions. Emotions cloud judgment. Time runs out. Accepting these human limitations removed the pressure to have been flawless. Instead of carrying disappointment into the night, they allowed themselves to be unfinished, trusting that growth happens gradually rather than instantly. Another part of this acceptance was letting others be as they are. Much of our tension comes from replaying interactions and wishing people had acted differently. The Stoics released this expectation, understanding that everyone moves according to their own understanding and struggles. By accepting that others will not always meet your hopes, the mind stops rehearsing conversations that will never happen. Space opens where resentment once lived. They also practiced accepting uncertainty about the future. Some worries cannot be resolved before sleep, no matter how long you think about them. Accepting that you do not know what tomorrow will bring removes the illusion that constant planning creates security. The mind relaxes when it stops trying to predict the unpredictable. Trust replaces strain, allowing rest to feel safe instead of premature. As this ritual becomes familiar, the nervous system learns a new signal. The day is complete and nothing more is required. Tension fades because there is nothing left to resist. The body no longer prepares for conflict that exists only in thought. Instead, it shifts toward restoration, following the quiet rhythm that was always there beneath the struggle. So, as you settle deeper into stillness, allow reality to be exactly what it is tonight. There is nothing you need to change in this moment. The day has already placed itself in the past, where it can no longer demand your effort. Let your mind stop negotiating with it. Let acceptance close the door gently, without force. In this calm agreement with life as it is, a deep peace begins to spread. Not excitement, not relief, but a steady softness that makes sleep feel natural. You are no longer pushing against the flow of events. You are resting within it, carried by the simple understanding that peace comes when the fight with reality finally ends. And as acceptance settles in and the mind stops pushing against reality, a quiet vulnerability often appears, the fear of letting go completely. Sleep requires surrender, and surrender can feel unsafe when the world has taught you to stay guarded. Many people carry tension into the night because they believe vigilance protects them, even while unconscious. The Stoics understood this hidden fear. They knew that true rest comes not from building thicker walls, but from developing a calm strength that remains steady even when awareness fades. This is what they practiced before sleep, becoming untouchable, not by hardening the heart, but by softening the need to defend it. Being untouchable in this sense does not mean becoming cold or indifferent. It means reaching a place where external events no longer have the power to disturb your inner state while you rest. The Stoics trained their minds to understand that nothing happening outside the body in that moment required reaction. The night was not a battlefield. It was a sanctuary. By reminding themselves that they had done what they could for the day, they released the instinct to stay alert for threats that were no longer present. This calm protection came from clarity about what truly belongs to you. Your character, your intentions, your ability to respond wisely. These are yours. Other people's opinions, sudden changes, unexpected events, these are not. When this boundary becomes clear, emotional blows lose their force. Even in sleep, the subconscious stops bracing for impact because it no longer feels responsible for controlling the uncontrollable. Another part of this quiet armor was detachment from unfinished emotional exchanges, arguments that were never resolved, misunderstandings that lingered, words left unsaid. These can echo loudly in the dark. The Stoics practiced releasing the need for closure before sleep. They accepted that not every story ends neatly, and that peace does not depend on others understanding you. By letting these loose ends remain untied, they prevented them from pulling the mind back into wakefulness. They also cultivated a steady sense of self-worth that did not fluctuate with daily outcomes. When confidence depends on success or approval, the mind stays fragile, easily shaken by memory or anticipation. By grounding their value in their effort to live with integrity, they created stability that persisted regardless of circumstances. This allowed them to rest without fear that tomorrow's events could diminish them. There is also strength in allowing emotions to settle without suppression. Hardness often comes from pushing feelings away, pretending they do not exist. The Stoics chose a gentler approach. They acknowledged emotions without feeding them, letting them fade naturally. This prevented the buildup of pressure that can disturb sleep. The mind learned that it could feel without being overwhelmed, experience without being controlled. As this practice deepens, the body receives a powerful signal of safety. Muscles release the subtle tension of guarding. The breath becomes slow and effortless. The heart no longer races in anticipation of imagined threats. Sleep approaches not as a loss of control, but as a trusted state where nothing needs to be monitored. So as you drift further into stillness, there is nothing you need to protect right now. No image to maintain, no conflict to resolve, no danger to anticipate. The world can wait outside while you return to the quiet space within. You are not abandoning your strength by resting, you are renewing it. In this gentle untouchability, something peaceful emerges, a resilience that does not require effort to sustain, emotional armor that does not weigh you down. And as consciousness begins to fade, you carry this calm with you, protected not by tension or distance, but by the quiet understanding that your inner world remains steady, no matter what moves beyond it. And as that quiet sense of inner protection settles in, another subtle disturbance often tries to follow you into the night, the echoes of how you were seen today. The compliments that lifted you, the criticism that stung, the looks, the tones, the small moments of approval or disapproval that linger longer than they should. Even when the room is silent, the mind can keep replaying these signals, measuring your worth against them as if the verdict is still undecided. The Stoics recognized how fragile peace becomes when it depends on other people's opinions. So, before sleep, they practiced detaching from both praise and criticism, returning their sense of value to something steady and internal. Praise can feel warm, almost comforting, but it quietly creates dependency. When approval becomes the measure of success, the mind starts craving it, fearing its absence. This makes rest uneasy because tomorrow becomes another performance rather than a new day. The Stoics reminded themselves that compliments reflect another person's perception, not an objective truth. Accepting them politely without absorbing them kept the ego light and flexible. It allowed gratitude without attachment, appreciation without needing more. Criticism, on the other hand, can cling like a shadow. Harsh words replay with a sharpness that praise rarely carries. The mind tries to defend itself, constructing arguments long after the conversation has ended. The Stoics approached criticism differently. They examined it calmly to see if there was truth in it. If there was, they treated it as useful instruction. If there was not, they let it pass like noise carried by the wind. Either way, they refused to carry it into sleep as a personal wound. Detaching from these judgments created emotional neutrality. Instead of rising and falling with every opinion, the mind remained level, grounded in its own understanding of what mattered. This steadiness made it easier to release the day, because nothing said or unsaid had the power to define the night. Peace became something self-sustained rather than borrowed from others. They also reminded themselves that people speak from their own experiences, fears, and limitations. Praise can come from admiration, but also from expectation. Criticism can come from concern, but also from misunderstanding. Recognizing this prevented them from taking every comment as a final judgment. It softened the emotional charge attached to words, allowing them to fade naturally. Another quiet benefit of this detachment was freedom from comparison. When you are not measuring yourself through the eyes of others, there is nothing to prove and nothing to defend. The mind stops replaying moments to see how it was perceived. Energy returns inward, where calm can grow without interruption. As the body prepares for sleep, this release signals safety. There is no need to rehearse conversations or anticipate future reactions. The day's feedback has been acknowledged and set aside. What remains is simply the awareness that your character is shaped by your intentions and actions, not by applause or disapproval. So as you lie here now, allow every opinion from today to dissolve into the distance. The praise that inflated you and the criticism that weighed on you can both fade together, leaving you balanced and light. You are not required to carry those voices into the quiet. In this detachment, something peaceful takes root. A calm that does not fluctuate with approval or rejection. Sleep becomes easier because nothing from the outside world is pulling at your inner state. You drift into rest, not as someone evaluated or judged, but as someone simply existing, free from the need to be seen a certain way, held steady by a sense of worth that belongs entirely to you. And as the weight of praise and criticism fades into the background, one last echo sometimes lingers, the sharp memory of an insult. Not always loud, not always recent, but persistent enough to disturb the quiet. A careless remark, a disrespectful tone, a moment where someone tried to diminish you. These moments have a way of replaying at night, as if the mind is still trying to defend itself long after the situation has passed. The Stoics knew that reacting to every insult keeps you chained to the people who delivered it. So they trained their minds to become indifferent to offense, not by suppressing emotion, but by removing the meaning attached to the words. An insult only has power if it is accepted as truth. Most harsh words reveal more about the speaker's state than about the person receiving them. Anger, insecurity, frustration, misunderstanding, these are often hidden inside the tone. The Stoics practiced pausing before absorbing the message, asking whether the statement actually described them or simply reflected someone else's turmoil. This pause weakened the automatic reaction, teaching the subconscious that not every negative sound requires a defensive response. They also understood that dignity does not come from winning arguments or proving others wrong. It comes from self-command. When you refuse to be pulled into someone else's hostility, you remain in control of your inner state. Over time, this becomes a quiet strength that others cannot easily disturb. The subconscious begins to recognize insults as noise rather than danger, allowing the body to stay calm instead of preparing for conflict. Another part of this training was recognizing the futility of replaying the moment. The mind often revisits insults in an attempt to craft better responses, imagining what should have been said. But this mental rehearsal only reopens the wound. The Stoics chose to close the scene instead. Once the interaction ended, it was finished. Nothing gained from reliving it would change the past or improve the present. This decision protected their peace from endless repetition. They also practiced compassion toward those who insulted them, seeing such behavior as a sign of inner struggle rather than superiority. This perspective removed the sting, replacing resentment with distance. When you view hurtful words as symptoms rather than attacks, they lose their sharpness. The emotional charge dissolves, leaving only the awareness that someone else was not at peace in that moment. Over time, the subconscious learns a new pattern. Instead of tightening at the memory of an insult, it relaxes. Instead of replaying the words, it lets them fade. The nervous system stops treating these moments as threats that must be processed again and again. Sleep becomes undisturbed by echoes of conflict because the mind no longer sees them as unfinished business. So as you rest here now, there is no need to defend yourself against anything that was said. The words have already passed into silence. They cannot reach you here unless you invite them back. Let them dissolve like distant sounds fading into the night. In this quiet indifference, a deeper calm takes hold. You are no longer carrying the emotional weight of someone else's frustration. Your peace no longer depends on being treated perfectly. And as you drift toward sleep, you carry with you a steady resilience, the kind that does not react automatically, but chooses what deserves attention and what can be left behind, forgotten, powerless to disturb your rest. And as the echoes of insults lose their grip and the mind no longer feels the need to defend itself against every memory, a deeper tension often remains, the urge to control what has not yet happened. The quiet pressure to ensure that tomorrow unfolds the right way. Plans, expectations, silent negotiations with the future. Even in stillness, the mind keeps reaching forward, trying to secure outcomes before they exist. The Stoics saw this as one of the greatest barriers to peace. So each night they practiced releasing control, not because they stopped caring about life, but because they understood that control over outcomes was never truly theirs to begin with. There is a heavy exhaustion that comes from trying to manage what lies beyond your reach. You can prepare, you can act, you can hope, but the final result is shaped by countless forces outside your influence. Other people's decisions, timing, chance, the shifting nature of events. When the mind refuses to accept this, it stays tense, as if vigilance alone could guarantee success. Releasing control before sleep tells the nervous system that the work for today is finished, and the rest belongs to the unfolding of life itself. The Stoics focused on what was truly theirs, their effort, their intention, their character. Once those had been given honestly, they allowed the results to fall where they would. This created a quiet confidence because peace no longer depended on success or failure. You could rest knowing that you had done your part without needing to oversee the rest of the process. Another part of this practice was trusting time, not passive waiting, but a calm recognition that many things resolve only with distance. Problems that feel urgent at night often look smaller in the light of morning. Decisions become clearer after the mind has rested. By stepping back from the need to finalize everything immediately, they allowed wisdom to grow in the background. Sleep became part of the solution rather than an obstacle to it. They also released the fear of disappointment. Expectation can create anxiety by tying happiness to a specific outcome. When you loosen that tie, you become open to whatever unfolds, without the shock that comes when reality diverges from your plans. This flexibility protects emotional balance, allowing you to adapt rather than collapse when things change. Over time, this nightly release trains the subconscious to trust that life can be met step by step. You do not need to hold the entire future in your mind to navigate it. The body learns that safety does not come from prediction, but from resilience. This understanding softens the constant readiness that keeps sleep shallow and uneasy. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to secure or finalize. Tomorrow does not require your supervision tonight. Whatever is meant to unfold will do so in its own time, just as every day before has done. You are allowed to step out of the role of controller and return to being a participant in life's flow. In this release, something quiet and reassuring appears. The sense that you are supported by a larger order you do not need to manage. The tension in the chest eases. The mind stops scanning for scenarios. The body sinks deeper into rest. Sleep becomes an act of trust, a gentle agreement with life that says, I have done enough for today, and I will meet tomorrow when it arrives. And as the need to control tomorrow loosens, and the future no longer demands your attention, a deeper surrender becomes possible. The kind that goes beyond plans, beyond expectations, beyond even the idea of waking up to finish what was left undone. The Stoics reflected on sleep as a quiet rehearsal for the ultimate letting go, not to frighten themselves, but to remove the fear that keeps the mind clinging to wakefulness. They believed that calm comes when you no longer treat rest as something to resist, but as something to trust completely. There is a subtle fear hidden inside the act of falling asleep. It is the fear of losing awareness, losing control, disappearing into a space where effort cannot follow. The mind, trained to stay alert, hesitates at the edge of that surrender. The Stoics practiced viewing this moment differently. They reminded themselves that letting go each night is natural, not dangerous, a return to stillness that the body understands even when the mind does not. By seeing sleep as a rehearsal for complete release, they trained themselves to loosen their grip on everything they carried: possessions, roles, worries, unfinished stories. None of these could be taken into that deeper quiet. Recognizing this softened attachment during the day as well. When you understand that nothing external can follow you into that state, the urge to cling begins to fade. Life becomes lighter because you are no longer trying to hold on to what was never permanent. This reflection also reduced the fear of endings. Much of human anxiety comes from resisting change and loss, treating them as unnatural intrusions rather than inevitable parts of existence. The Stoics saw endings as transitions, not catastrophes. Practicing small acts of release every night prepared the mind to face larger ones with steadiness. The subconscious learned that letting go does not destroy you, it restores you. They also understood that surrender is not weakness, it is cooperation with reality. The body needs periods where effort stops completely so renewal can occur. Fighting this process only prolongs exhaustion. By accepting the vulnerability of sleep, they allowed the nervous system to reset deeply, trusting that awareness would return when it was needed again. Another quiet benefit of this practice was gratitude. Each morning became something unexpected rather than guaranteed. Waking up felt like receiving time rather than owning it. This perspective shifted the tone of life from entitlement to appreciation. You begin to live more fully when you stop assuming tomorrow is promised. As you lie here now, there is nothing you need to hold on to. The day has already released you, and you can release it in return. Thoughts can fade without being followed. Muscles can soften without being monitored. The quiet waiting beneath consciousness is not empty. It is restorative, patient, ready to receive you without judgment. In this gentle surrender, fear dissolves because there is nothing left to defend. You are not abandoning yourself. You are allowing yourself to be carried by a rhythm older than worry. Sleep becomes a peaceful descent into stillness, a place where the mind no longer struggles and the body no longer braces. And as you drift closer to that edge, calm deepens into something steady and profound. The understanding that letting go is not an ending, but a return. A quiet rehearsal for trusting life itself, where peace is not forced, but found in the simple act of releasing everything you no longer need to hold. And as surrender becomes gentler, and the mind no longer resists the quiet pull of sleep, something deeper begins to surface. The hidden patterns of fear that guide reactions during the day. Not always dramatic fear, but the subtle ones that shape decisions, tone your thoughts, and tighten your body before you even realize it. Fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of uncertainty, fear of not being enough. These responses often operate automatically, learned long ago and repeated without question. The Stoics understood that if you want peace, you must retrain these reactions at their root. Nightly reflection became their way of doing this, using the calm of evening to reshape how the mind responds to what it once feared. Fear grows strongest when it is never examined. During the day, distractions keep it hidden, but at night it becomes visible. Instead of pushing it away, the Stoics faced it quietly, asking simple questions that loosened its grip. What exactly am I afraid of? Is it within my control? Has it happened yet, or am I reacting to imagination? This calm inquiry replaced panic with clarity. The subconscious began to learn that fear does not always signal danger. Sometimes it signals uncertainty, which is far less threatening. They also reflected on how often fear had been wrong in the past. Situations that once felt unbearable eventually passed. Challenges that seemed impossible were handled step by step. Remembering these moments built trust in their own resilience. The mind stopped assuming catastrophe because it had evidence of survival. This quiet confidence reduced the intensity of future fear responses. Another part of this practice was visualizing themselves responding calmly to situations that once triggered anxiety, not forcing bravery, but picturing steadiness, speaking clearly instead of freezing, acting thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. Repetition of this image trained the subconscious to expect composure rather than panic. Over time, the body followed the script the mind had rehearsed, creating a new default response. They also examined the beliefs beneath their fears. Often the fear was tied to a deeper assumption, that failure would define them, that discomfort would last forever, that loss would leave them empty. By challenging these assumptions, they weakened the emotional charge attached to them. Fear lost its authority when it was exposed as an exaggeration rather than a prophecy. Reflection at night also allowed them to separate real threats from imagined ones. The brain does not always distinguish between the two, reacting to thoughts as if they were events. By calmly reviewing the day, they reminded themselves of what was actually happening versus what the mind had projected. This grounded awareness told the nervous system that it did not need to remain on high alert. As this habit deepened, fear responses began to slow automatically. The pause between stimulus and reaction grew wider, giving space for reason to guide behavior. Situations that once triggered immediate tension started to feel manageable. The subconscious learned that calm thinking was more effective than reflexive panic. So, as you lie here now, there is no need to push fear away or pretend it does not exist. Simply let it be seen without urgency. The quiet of night is not exposing your weakness, it is giving you a chance to reshape your strength. Every calm reflection is a signal to your deeper mind that safety does not require constant alarm. In this gentle retraining, something powerful unfolds. Fear becomes information instead of command. Courage becomes natural instead of forced. And as sleep approaches, the body releases the vigilance it has been holding all day, trusting that the mind no longer needs to fight shadows in the dark. You drift toward rest, carrying a quieter confidence, the knowledge that each night you are rewriting the patterns that once controlled you, teaching your subconscious to meet life with steadiness, clarity, and a calm that grows stronger while you sleep. And as fear begins to loosen its hold and the mind no longer reacts to every shadow as if it were danger, another hidden source of tension quietly reveals itself. The sense of ownership that follows you into the night. Not just physical possessions, but the mental claim over everything you touched during the day. Your responsibilities, your achievements, your problems, even the people you care about. The Stoics saw how heavy this invisible ownership can become. They understood that the mind clings to things as if holding them tightly will keep them safe. So before sleep, they practiced releasing that grip, reminding themselves that nothing external truly belongs to them, and that peace begins when the mind stops guarding what it cannot permanently keep. There is a constant pressure in believing that everything depends on you. When you mentally own every outcome, every relationship, every task, the nervous system never fully stands down. It stays alert, as if letting go would mean failure or loss. The Stoics challenged this belief by separating stewardship from ownership. You can care for something without needing to possess it. You can act responsibly without carrying the entire weight of existence on your shoulders. This shift allows the mind to relax without abandoning what matters. They would remind themselves that possessions are temporary, roles are temporary, even the body itself is on loan from nature. This perspective was not meant to create detachment from life, but to create freedom within it. When you stop treating things as extensions of your identity, losing them no longer feels like losing yourself. Appreciation deepens because you no longer assume permanence. What remains is gratitude without fear. Another part of this practice was releasing mental ownership of other people. The desire to protect, fix, or guide those you care about can become overwhelming when carried into the night. The Stoics accepted that each person has their own path, their own struggles, their own choices. You can support them during the day, but you cannot live their lives for them. Letting go of this responsibility before sleep prevented endless worry about things beyond personal influence. They also released attachment to unfinished tasks, work left undone, decisions not finalized, goals still in progress. These can pull the mind back into activity long after the body has stopped. By acknowledging that completion is not required for rest, they allowed themselves to step away without guilt. Tomorrow would bring new effort, but tonight was for recovery. Owning nothing mentally also softened the fear of losing status or recognition. When identity is not tied to what you have or what you have achieved, there is nothing fragile to protect. The mind becomes lighter, less defensive, more open to change. Sleep arrives without the tension of needing to wake up and secure your place in the world again. As the body absorbs this release, muscles loosen in places you did not realize were tense. The jaw unclenches, the shoulders sink, the breath deepens. The nervous system understands that there is nothing to guard right now. Safety comes not from possession, but from presence. So, as you rest here, allow everything you carried today to be set down gently. The roles you played, the things you managed, the worries you held, none of them need to be protected while you sleep. The world will continue without your grip on it. What truly belongs to you cannot be taken by the night. In this quiet freedom, something spacious appears inside you, a calm that comes from realizing you are not required to hold the universe together. Sleep becomes easier because there is nothing left to secure, nothing left to defend, nothing left to own. You drift into rest with empty hands and an unburdened mind, trusting that when morning comes, you can pick up only what is truly yours to carry, and leave the rest behind once more. And as the weight of ownership fades and the mind no longer feels responsible for holding everything together, a deeper realization begins to settle in. The understanding that peace was never meant to depend on what happens outside of you. For most of life, the brain is trained to chase conditions, the right outcome, the right response, the right environment, the right people behaving the right way. When those conditions are absent, calm disappears with them. The Stoics saw this as the root of endless unrest. So each night, they trained the mind to recognize something liberating. That peace is an internal skill, not a reward granted by circumstances. There is a quiet anxiety in believing that something external must change before you can rest. It keeps the mind scanning for solutions, as if calm were a problem to solve rather than a state to return to. The Stoics reversed this habit by reminding themselves that the present moment, as it is already enough to be at peace within. The body lying safely, the breath moving without effort, the simple fact of existence continuing. These were treated as sufficient conditions for calm. Nothing extra was required. They practiced withdrawing attention from everything they could not influence in that moment. News, opinions, outcomes, distant possibilities, all of it was set aside like objects placed outside a closed door. This created a mental boundary where the inner world could stabilize without interference. Over time, the subconscious learned that peace did not require resolution of every issue. It could exist alongside uncertainty. Another part of this teaching was recognizing that external events only disturb you after the mind interprets them. The same situation can feel devastating or manageable depending on the story you attach to it. By observing thoughts without automatically believing them, the Stoics weakened the link between events and emotional reaction. Calm became a default rather than a fragile state easily broken. They also cultivated contentment with simplicity. Instead of seeking stimulation or distraction, they allowed themselves to experience quiet without filling it. This reduced dependence on constant input to feel okay. The mind discovered that stillness itself could be satisfying, not empty. When silence stops feeling threatening, peace becomes easier to access at any time. This practice gradually removed the fear of being alone with your thoughts. Many people avoid stillness because it reveals inner turbulence. But when the mind learns that it can settle without external comfort, solitude becomes restorative rather than intimidating. You no longer need noise to drown out discomfort. Calm rises naturally from within. As the nervous system absorbs this lesson, it stops waiting for perfect conditions before relaxing. Muscles release even if problems remain unsolved. Breath deepens even if the future is uncertain. Sleep approaches because the body senses that safety does not depend on external control. So as you rest here now, there is nothing you need to obtain, fix, or arrange in order to feel at ease. The world can continue in its complexity while your inner state remains steady. Peace is not something you earn after everything goes right. It is something you allow when you stop demanding that everything be different. In this quiet independence, a profound calm begins to spread. You are no longer tied to circumstances for stability. Your center holds, regardless of what moves around it. And as sleep draws closer, you drift into it, carrying a new understanding that the peace you were searching for was never outside you at all, but waiting patiently within, ready to unfold the moment you stopped looking elsewhere. And as the mind learns that peace does not depend on circumstances, another quiet disturbance becomes easier to recognize. The unfinished emotions left scattered across the day. Small tensions that were never released, conversations that ended abruptly, feelings that were pushed aside because there was no time to process them. These loose ends may seem harmless in daylight, but at night they begin to tug at the mind, pulling attention back into moments that never reached resolution. The Stoics understood that rest requires completion, not of events, but of emotional response. So they practiced a discipline of closure, ending each day by gently sealing what had been opened. Emotional closure does not mean solving everything or forcing neat conclusions where none exist. It means acknowledging what was felt so the mind does not keep searching for it. Ignored emotions do not disappear, they wait. The Stoics allowed themselves a quiet review, noticing where irritation lingered, where disappointment remained, where joy had not been fully appreciated. By naming these feelings inwardly, they gave them a place to settle instead of letting them float restlessly through the night. They also released the need to continue conversations internally. The mind often replays interactions, trying to rewrite them or imagine different outcomes. This creates the illusion that something is still happening, keeping the nervous system alert. The Stoics reminded themselves that the moment had passed and could not be reopened through thought alone. Once this was accepted, the inner dialogue faded naturally, replaced by a calm sense of finality. Another part of closure was forgiving both others and themselves for imperfections that surfaced during the day. Minor frustrations, misunderstandings, missed opportunities, these can accumulate quietly, forming a background tension. By consciously letting go of the expectation that the day should have been flawless, they prevented these small disappointments from turning into lasting resentment. They also acknowledged what had gone well, allowing satisfaction to exist without rushing past it. Positive experiences often receive less attention than negative ones, leaving the mind unbalanced. By consciously appreciating moments of effort, kindness, or progress, they created a sense of completeness. The day was no longer defined by what was lacking, but by what had been lived. This discipline trained the subconscious to associate night with resolution rather than rumination. Over time, the mind stopped dragging unfinished emotional threads into sleep because it trusted that everything necessary had been recognized. The nervous system responded by softening, no longer preparing for unresolved conflict. As you lie here now, there is nothing from today that needs to remain open. Every feeling has been experienced enough. Every moment has moved into the past where it belongs. You do not need to keep any part of the day alive in your thoughts. Let the conversations end. Let the tension dissolve. Let the emotional weight slip away as if it were never meant to be carried beyond sunset. What remains is a quiet completeness, the sense that today has reached its natural conclusion. In this calm closure, sleep becomes a gentle transition rather than an escape. You are not running from the day, you are finishing it with care. And as you drift deeper into rest, you carry nothing unfinished with you, only the quiet understanding that tomorrow can begin fresh, because tonight you allowed today to end. And as the day closes without emotional residue, and the mind no longer clings to what has already passed, another subtle attachment begins to reveal itself. The quiet dependence on comfort. Not just physical comfort, but the expectation that life should feel easy, predictable, and pleasant in order for you to remain calm. When comfort becomes a requirement, any small discomfort feels like a threat. The Stoics saw how fragile this made the mind, so they trained themselves to loosen that dependency, teaching the subconscious that peace does not vanish the moment conditions become less than ideal. There is a hidden tension in constantly seeking softness. The mind scans for inconvenience, reacting to minor disruptions as if they were serious problems. A delayed plan, an uncomfortable feeling, a change in routine. These small shifts can create unnecessary stress when comfort is treated as a right rather than a passing state. By practicing indifference to comfort, the Stoics built resilience that did not depend on circumstances remaining gentle. This did not mean rejecting comfort or punishing themselves. It meant refusing to let comfort define their emotional stability. They reminded themselves that discomfort is temporary and survivable, not an emergency. By calmly acknowledging unpleasant sensations instead of resisting them, they reduced their power. The subconscious learned that it could remain steady even when conditions were imperfect. Another part of this training was appreciating simplicity. When you stop needing constant stimulation or luxury to feel at ease, ordinary moments become sufficient. A quiet room, a steady breath, a simple sense of being alive. These become enough. This shift reduces anxiety because there is less to protect and less to lose. Contentment becomes portable, something you carry within, rather than something you must recreate outside. They also practiced accepting physical discomfort without dramatizing it. A restless moment, a change in temperature, the minor aches that come with being human, these were observed rather than fought. The body often settles faster when the mind stops labeling sensation as a problem. This calm observation signals safety to the nervous system, allowing it to relax instead of escalating tension. Over time, the subconscious begins to interpret discomfort differently. Instead of triggering resistance, it registers as part of the normal range of experience. This prevents the cascade of worry that often follows minor unease. Sleep becomes easier because the mind is no longer alarmed by small irregularities in the body or environment. There is also freedom in knowing that your peace does not depend on perfect conditions. Life rarely arranges itself exactly as you prefer. When your calm is independent of comfort, you become adaptable, able to remain steady through change. This adaptability is what allows deep rest, because the mind no longer fears disturbance. So as you lie here now, there is no need to chase the perfect feeling before you can relax. Whatever sensations are present can exist without being corrected. You do not need to adjust everything to be at ease. Your calm does not require softness, silence, or certainty. It simply requires permission to be here without resistance. In this quiet indifference, something strong and gentle appears at the same time. A resilience that does not harden you, but frees you. Sleep approaches not because everything is comfortable, but because nothing is being fought. You drift into rest, carrying a steady calm that remains even when life shifts, grounded in the understanding that peace belongs to you, not to the conditions around you. And as the need for comfort loosens and the mind proves to itself that it can remain steady even when conditions are not perfect, a deeper fear quietly steps forward. The fear of losing everything at once. Not just small inconveniences, but the foundations you lean on: stability, security, relationships, identity, the familiar structure of your life. This fear often lives in the background, shaping decisions and creating tension without being spoken. The Stoics did not avoid this thought. They approached it calmly, preparing the mind in advance so that loss, if it ever came, would not shatter their inner world. There is a fragile anxiety in believing that your peace depends on everything staying the same. When stability feels permanent, even the possibility of change becomes threatening. The Stoics trained themselves to see life as fluid rather than fixed. They reminded themselves that everything external exists on borrowed time, not as a guarantee. This perspective was not meant to create sadness, but resilience. When you stop assuming permanence, you stop being blindsided by change. They would reflect on the idea that if circumstances were stripped away, their character would remain. Skills could be used again. Strength could be rebuilt. Meaning could be found in new forms. This shifted confidence away from possessions and outcomes toward inner capacity. The subconscious began to understand that identity does not collapse when circumstances do. Another part of this preparation was trusting adaptability. Humans have an extraordinary ability to adjust, even when situations appear unbearable at first. By recalling past difficulties they had already survived, the Stoics reinforced the belief that they could endure more than they imagined. Memory became evidence of resilience rather than a collection of hardships. They also practiced appreciating what they had without clinging to it. When you love something while accepting its temporary nature, Gratitude replaces fear. You stop holding tightly, trying to prevent loss through control. Instead, you experience each moment fully, knowing it cannot be preserved forever. This transforms attachment into presence. Preparing for loss also reduces the fear of uncertainty. If you know you can stand even after everything changes, the future stops feeling like a threat. The mind becomes less desperate to predict or secure outcomes. Calm replaces urgency because stability now comes from within rather than from circumstances. As the body absorbs this mindset, the nervous system releases the constant readiness for disaster. There is no need to brace against something that has already been accepted as possible. Muscles soften, breath deepens, sleep becomes accessible because the mind is no longer guarding against imagined catastrophe. So, as you rest here now, there is nothing you need to secure to feel safe in this moment. Everything you have can exist without being clutched. Your strength does not come from what surrounds you, but from the quiet steadiness inside you that remains regardless of change. In this acceptance, fear loosens its grip. You are no longer defending against the possibility of loss. You are simply present, aware that whatever life takes or gives, you will still meet it with the same inner composure. And as you drift towards sleep, you carry that calm with you, the quiet confidence that even if everything shifted, your peace would not vanish, because it was never built on things that could be taken away. And as the fear of losing everything softens and the mind realizes that peace does not collapse with circumstances, one last quiet burden often remains: the weight of judging yourself for how the day unfolded. Not just what happened, but how you handled it. The words you wish you had chosen differently, the moments you feel you fell short, the standards you believe you failed to meet. These thoughts can linger long after everything else has faded, turning night into a courtroom where you are both the accused and the judge. The Stoics recognized how exhausting this was, so they practiced ending each day without self-condemnation, choosing honest reflection without cruelty. There is a difference between learning and punishing yourself. Self-judgment often disguises itself as responsibility, but it rarely leads to growth. Instead, it traps the mind in regret, replaying scenes that cannot be changed. The Stoics approached their mistakes with calm clarity. They asked what could be improved, but they did not attack their own character. An error was treated as information, not as proof of inadequacy. This allowed progress without emotional damage. They also understood that perfection is not a human condition. Expecting flawless behavior creates a constant sense of failure because reality will never match that expectation. By accepting that missteps are part of being alive, they removed the shock and disappointment that usually follow them. The mind became more forgiving, less reactive, more focused on direction rather than flawlessness. Another part of this practice was recognizing effort. Even when outcomes were imperfect, effort still mattered. Trying to act with patience, trying to remain calm, trying to do what felt right. These attempts were acknowledged instead of dismissed. This balanced perspective prevented the mind from magnifying only what went wrong while ignoring what was done well. They also released comparison. Measuring your day against someone else's life or against an imagined ideal creates unnecessary pressure. The Stoics returned attention to what was within their control, their own choices, their own intentions, their own growth. This narrowed focus brought relief because the standard became internal rather than external. Ending the day without self-judgment also meant allowing unfinished growth. You do not have to become everything you hope to be in a single day. Change happens gradually through repeated effort and reflection. By giving themselves permission to continue learning tomorrow, they prevented impatience from turning into self-criticism. As this habit deepened, the subconscious began to associate night with acceptance rather than evaluation. The nervous system relaxed because it no longer anticipated an internal interrogation. Sleep came more easily when the mind felt safe from its own harshness. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to prove about today. You are not required to replay every moment searching for faults. Whatever could be learned has already been learned. Whatever could not be changed no longer needs attention. Let the day be human, imperfect, complete in its own way. Let yourself step out of the role of judge and return to simply being someone who lived, tried and moved through time as best as they could. In this quiet acceptance, a gentle calm spreads through the body. The tension of self-criticism dissolves, replaced by a steady compassion toward yourself. You drift toward sleep, not as someone who must correct everything, but as someone allowed to rest and begin again when morning comes. And in that rest, you carry a deeper understanding that peace grows not from flawless days, but from the kindness you offer yourself when the day is done. And as self-judgment fades and the mind no longer turns the night into a place of accusation, another quiet disturbance often steps forward, the restless swirl of anxiety. Not always tied to something specific, just a sense that something might go wrong, something might be forgotten, something might be waiting around the corner. Anxiety feeds on uncertainty, and nighttime gives it space to speak louder. The Stoics knew that trying to silence it with distraction only made it return stronger. So they used reason as a calming light, guiding the mind back from imagined threats to what was actually real. Anxiety often begins when thoughts move faster than facts. The mind jumps ahead, creating scenarios that feel urgent even though they have not happened. The Stoics slowed this process by asking simple grounding questions. What is actually happening right now? What evidence supports this worry? Is there something I can act on at this moment? Or is this only anticipation? These questions pull attention back from the future into the present, where most fears lose their intensity. They also separated possibility from probability. Just because something could happen does not mean it will. The anxious mind treats every unlikely outcome as if it were certain, keeping the body in a state of readiness. By calmly reminding themselves of how rarely worst-case scenarios actually unfold, they weakened this habit. The subconscious began to understand that fear does not equal prediction. Another part of rational thought was recognizing what was within control and what was not. If a situation required action, they planned a simple next step and left it for tomorrow. If it did not, they consciously released it. This prevented the mind from circling endlessly around problems it could not solve at night. Sleep became possible because the brain was no longer trying to resolve the unresolvable. They also questioned the usefulness of worry itself. Anxiety often claims to be protective, as if constant alertness will prevent pain. But the Stoics saw that excessive worry drains energy without improving outcomes. By noticing that calm thinking leads to better decisions than panic, they trained the mind to value steadiness over agitation. Over time, this nightly reasoning created a new pattern. Instead of spiraling into fear, the mind paused automatically, checking reality before reacting. The nervous system followed, lowering its alarm because the perceived danger had been examined and found manageable. As you lie here now, there is nothing you need to solve in this moment. Whatever requires action can wait for the clarity of morning. The present is quiet, and in this quiet there is no immediate threat. Your body is allowed to rest because there is nothing chasing you here. Let thoughts slow to the pace of breath. Let reason stand where worry once rushed ahead. The future does not need to be rehearsed tonight. It will unfold whether you analyze it or not. In this calm clarity, anxiety begins to dissolve, not by force, but by understanding. You drift towards sleep with a steadier mind, grounded in what is real instead of what is imagined. And as rest deepens, you carry a quiet confidence, the knowledge that when fear rises again, you will meet it with reason, patience, and a calm that cannot be shaken by shadows that never arrive. And as anxiety softens under the light of reason and the mind no longer rushes to solve tomorrow before it arrives, a deeper stillness becomes possible. The ability to step back and watch your life instead of being pulled by every moment inside it. Most days are lived from the inside of experience, reacting, responding, absorbing everything as if it must be carried personally. The Stoics practiced something quieter at night. They became observers of their own lives, not to detach from living, but to see clearly without emotional turbulence. In that distance, calm naturally appeared. There is relief in realizing that not every thought needs to be believed, and not every feeling needs to be followed. When you observe instead of react, space opens between you and what is happening. The Stoics treated this space as freedom. A difficult moment could be seen as a passing event rather than a permanent condition. A strong emotion could be watched as it rose and fell, like a wave that did not define the ocean beneath it. They would review the day as if watching a story unfold, noticing actions, words, and reactions with curiosity instead of judgment. This perspective removed the urgency that usually accompanies self-reflection. Instead of asking why something happened to them, they asked what they could learn from witnessing it. This shift turned experience into understanding rather than tension. Observing your life also dissolves the illusion that everything revolves around you. Situations that once felt personal begin to look like intersections of many forces: other people's moods, circumstances, timing, misunderstandings. This broader view softens resentment and defensiveness. You realize that not everything was aimed at you, and not everything requires your emotional involvement. Another quiet benefit of observation is that it stabilizes identity. When you see thoughts and feelings as events passing through awareness, rather than as definitions of who you are, you stop being controlled by them. You can experience sadness without becoming sadness, anger without becoming anger. This distinction protects inner peace because your core remains untouched by temporary states. As this habit deepens, the nervous system begins to trust that it does not need to react to every signal. The body releases tension because the mind is no longer amplifying each sensation into urgency. Sleep comes more naturally when awareness shifts from involvement to observation. So, as you rest here now, you do not need to engage with the day that has passed or the one that will come. You can simply watch the quiet unfolding of breath, the gentle slowing of thought, the soft descent into stillness. Nothing requires interpretation. Nothing demands response. In this calm witnessing, something profound happens. You begin to feel the difference between the life you experience and the awareness that holds it. One moves and changes constantly. The other remains steady, quiet, present. And as you drift toward sleep, you carry that steadiness with you. The quiet understanding that you are not the turbulence of your days, but the calm observer behind it all. A place within you that does not struggle, does not cling, does not fear. A place that remains peaceful no matter what story unfolds, resting quietly as the night carries you into deeper and deeper rest. And as you learn to observe your life without being pulled into every rise and fall, another quiet adjustment begins to take shape, the willingness to stop expecting life to always be smooth. Much of frustration comes not from difficulty itself, but from the shock of encountering it. When ease becomes the standard, any obstacle feels like something has gone wrong. The Stoics prepared their minds differently. They trained themselves to expect effort, resistance, and unpredictability as natural parts of existence. In doing so, they removed the element of surprise that turns challenge into distress. There is a steadiness that appears when you stop negotiating with reality. Difficulty is no longer treated as an interruption to peace, but as part of the structure of life. The Stoics reminded themselves that every meaningful path includes strain. Relationships require patience. Growth requires discomfort. Progress requires persistence. By accepting this in advance, they reduced the emotional spike that normally accompanies hardship. This mindset also transformed how they interpreted obstacles. Instead of seeing them as barriers, they viewed them as training. A difficult conversation became practice in composure. A delay became practice in patience. A setback became practice in resilience. The brain began to associate challenge with development rather than danger. Over time, resistance lost its threatening tone and became something almost familiar. They also prepared themselves each night by acknowledging that tomorrow would not unfold exactly as planned. Plans were useful, but not sacred. When reality diverged from expectation, they adjusted rather than resisted. This flexibility protected calm because it allowed movement with events instead of against them. Another part of this training was recognizing that ease can sometimes weaken attention. When everything is comfortable, the mind drifts and discipline fades. Difficulty, on the other hand, sharpens awareness. It calls forward strengths that might otherwise remain dormant. By reframing challenge as something that reveals capability, they removed the urge to avoid it at all costs. As the subconscious absorbs this perspective, fear of hardship diminishes. The body no longer braces against the possibility of struggle because struggle is no longer seen as a threat to peace. Sleep becomes deeper because the mind is not trying to secure a painless future before allowing itself to rest. So, as you lie here now, there is no need to demand that life be easy for you to feel calm. Whatever comes tomorrow, you will meet it step by step, just as you have met every day before. Difficulty does not erase your strength, it gives it shape. In this quiet readiness, a grounded confidence settles in. You are no longer hoping for a smooth path to feel secure. You trust your ability to walk whatever path appears, and as you drift into sleep, that trust becomes the foundation of your calm, steady, resilient, unshaken by the knowledge that life will test you, and that you are already capable of meeting those tests with a composed and untroubled mind. And as you grow more comfortable with the reality that life will not always be easy, another source of hidden tension begins to surface. The arguments that continue long after the conversation has ended. Words you wish you had said differently. Points you feel were misunderstood. Silent debates replaying in your mind as if the outcome could still change. These unfinished arguments create a quiet agitation that prevents the mind from settling, keeping the body alert even in the stillness of night. The Stoics recognized that peace requires closure not only with events, but with the internal conflicts that follow them. So they practiced entering sleep with no battles still being fought inside. An argument held in the mind is different from one held in the world. In the world, it can resolve, shift, or dissolve with time. In the mind, it loops endlessly because there is no new information, only repetition. The Stoics saw that this repetition serves no purpose beyond exhausting the spirit. By acknowledging that the exchange had already finished, they removed the illusion that continued thinking could change what was said or done. They also questioned the need to win every dispute. The desire to be right can keep the mind entangled long after the situation no longer matters. The Stoics valued peace over victory, understanding that proving a point is rarely worth the cost of inner calm. When you release the need to dominate the narrative, arguments lose their grip naturally. Another part of this habit was accepting that not everyone will understand you, and not every misunderstanding can be corrected. Some differences remain because people see the world through different experiences and expectations. Recognizing this prevented endless attempts to resolve what could not be resolved. The mind learned to let differences exist without turning them into personal threats. They also practiced compassion toward themselves for reacting imperfectly. In tense moments, emotions rise faster than reason, and words can emerge that do not reflect your deeper intentions. Instead of replaying these moments with harsh judgment, they acknowledged them as part of being human. This softened regret and prevented it from feeding the cycle of mental argument. As the subconscious absorbs this discipline, it stops scanning for unresolved conflict before allowing rest. The nervous system releases its defensive posture because there is no opponent left to confront. Sleep becomes possible when the mind no longer feels obligated to keep rehearsing the past. So, as you lie here now, there is no conversation you need to continue, no explanation you must perfect, no rebuttal that will bring peace, if only you think it through one more time. Everything that needed to be said has already moved into silence. Let the voices fade. Let the tension dissolve. Let the day's disagreements remain in the day where they belong. What matters now is the quiet space opening within you, free from conflict. In this calm, something deeply soothing appears. The sense that you do not have to carry every interaction forward. You are allowed to step out of the arena and return to yourself. And as you drift toward sleep, you carry nothing argumentative with you, only a quiet neutrality that protects your rest and prepares you to meet tomorrow with a clearer, lighter mind. And as the echoes of arguments finally fade, and the mind no longer feels the need to defend itself against conversations that are already over, another quiet craving sometimes remains, the need to be approved of. The subtle hope that others see you the right way, agree with your choices, validate your worth. This desire can follow you into the night, replaying moments where you felt judged or misunderstood, searching for reassurance that may never come. The Stoics saw how fragile peace becomes when it depends on the opinions of others. So they trained their minds to rest in something steadier, the understanding that approval is optional, not essential. There is a hidden exhaustion in constantly adjusting yourself to be accepted. It keeps the mind alert, scanning for signs of disapproval, interpreting neutral moments as criticism. The Stoics redirected attention inward, measuring themselves against their own principles rather than external praise. When your sense of worth comes from your character, it no longer fluctuates with other people's moods or expectations. They also reminded themselves how inconsistent approval can be. The same action that earns praise from one person may earn criticism from another. If you chase approval, You end up chasing contradictions, trying to satisfy standards that cannot all be met at once. Recognizing this freed them from the impossible task of pleasing everyone. Another part of this practice was accepting that misunderstanding is unavoidable. People see only fragments of your life, filtered through their own experiences and assumptions. Expecting complete understanding from everyone creates frustration because it asks for something no one can fully give. By releasing this expectation, they allowed others to hold their opinions without letting those opinions define their peace. They also separated respect from approval. Respect comes from living with integrity, whether or not it is recognized. Approval is simply a reaction, often shaped by factors unrelated to you. When you value integrity over approval, your calm becomes self-sustaining. You no longer depend on applause to feel secure. As this mindset deepened, the subconscious stopped interpreting social evaluation as a threat. The nervous system relaxed because acceptance was no longer treated as a survival need. Sleep became easier because the mind was not rehearsing how to appear better or replaying moments of perceived rejection. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to prove to anyone. No image you must maintain. No approval you must earn before you are allowed to rest. You are already enough without being validated by external voices. Let the opinions of the day fall away like distant noise fading into silence. They cannot follow you into this quiet unless you carry them. Your peace does not depend on being seen a certain way. It comes from knowing who you are when no one is watching. In this quiet independence, a deep calm begins to settle. You drift towards sleep free from the need to perform, free from the fear of judgment, free from the endless pursuit of approval. And as rest takes you, you carry a steady confidence, the kind that comes from living aligned with yourself, untouched by praise or criticism, grounded in a peace that no opinion can take away. And as the need for approval loosens, and the mind no longer looks outward for permission to feel at peace, another quiet unease often becomes visible, the fear of what cannot be predicted. Uncertainty has a way of unsettling the mind because it offers no clear shape, no definite outcome to prepare for. It leaves space where control used to be. The Stoics did not try to eliminate uncertainty. They learned to sit beside it without resistance. Each night, they practiced acceptance of the unknown, allowing the future to remain unwritten without treating that openness as danger. There is a subtle strain in trying to anticipate everything that might happen. The mind runs through possibilities, searching for reassurance that cannot exist yet. This effort keeps the body tense, as if readiness alone could prevent surprise. The Stoics understood that life unfolds through countless variables beyond human planning. By acknowledging this truth before sleep, they removed the pressure to solve tomorrow in advance. They also reminded themselves that uncertainty is not empty. It holds both difficulty and possibility. When you stop assuming the worst, the unknown becomes neutral rather than threatening. This shift calms the nervous system because it no longer associates uncertainty with inevitable loss. The future becomes a space to meet, not a problem to fear. Another part of this acceptance was trust in adaptability. No matter what arrives, you will respond with the resources you have at that moment, not the ones you imagine lacking tonight. The Stoics placed confidence in their capacity to adjust rather than in their ability to predict. This trust freed them from the endless need for guarantees. They also practiced grounding themselves in the present as the only place where life is actually happening. The mind often travels forward, searching for certainty, but the body remains here, breathing, resting, safe enough to release tension. By returning attention to this immediate experience, they reminded themselves that uncertainty about tomorrow does not erase the stability of now. As the subconscious absorbs this habit, it stops interpreting the unknown as a threat that must be monitored through the night. The body softens because vigilance is no longer required. Sleep becomes deeper when the mind accepts that it does not need to guard against possibilities that have not yet arrived. So, as you rest here, there is nothing you need to predict before allowing yourself to relax. The future does not need to be mapped for you to feel calm. Whatever unfolds will meet you when it is time, and you will meet it as you are then, not as you imagine now. Let uncertainty exist without filling it with fear. Let the unknown remain open, spacious, free from the stories that once made it heavy. You are not stepping into darkness. You are stepping into possibility. In this quiet acceptance, something steady appears, a peace that does not depend on knowing what comes next. You drift towards sleep, supported by the understanding that life has always unfolded one moment at a time, and that tonight is no different. Calm settles in, not because the future is certain, but because you no longer need it to be. And as uncertainty loses its sharp edge, and the future no longer feels like something that must be controlled before you can rest, another quiet expectation begins to soften. The belief that tomorrow must be better in order for you to feel okay. This hope can seem harmless, even motivating, but it often hides a subtle dissatisfaction with the present. It tells the mind that peace is always one day away, waiting on improved circumstances. The Stoics saw how this keeps people suspended between what was and what might be, never fully at ease where they are. So they practiced welcoming tomorrow without demanding that it redeem today. There is a gentle freedom in allowing the next day to arrive as it is, not as a solution to everything unfinished. When you stop assigning tomorrow the task of fixing your life, you remove the pressure that turns hope into tension. The Stoics reminded themselves that each day carries its own mixture of ease and difficulty, and that expecting perfection only guarantees disappointment. By greeting the future with openness instead of requirement, they protected their calm from fragile expectations. They also recognized that contentment grows from acceptance, not from constant improvement. Progress is meaningful, but peace cannot depend on it. Some days will feel lighter, some heavier, and neither defines the whole of your life. When you stop measuring your well-being against imagined better days, you begin to notice that something steady has been present all along. Another part of this practice was gratitude for simple continuity. The fact that another day will come at all is not guaranteed. Seeing tomorrow as an opportunity rather than an obligation transforms anticipation into appreciation. Instead of needing the day to deliver specific outcomes, you become willing to meet whatever it brings with curiosity. They also release the habit of postponing peace, waiting for circumstances to improve before allowing yourself to feel calm creates endless delay. The Stoics chose to experience peace in advance, carrying it into the future rather than chasing it there. This made them less dependent on external success to feel whole. As the subconscious absorbs this perspective, the body relaxes its forward-leaning tension. There is no need to rush into sleep hoping to wake into a better reality. Rest becomes complete because the present moment is no longer treated as something to escape. So as you lie here now, there is nothing tomorrow must provide for you to feel at ease tonight. It does not need to be brighter, easier, or more successful. It only needs to arrive, and you will meet it as you always have, one breath, one step, one moment at a time. Let the future come without demands. Let it unfold without conditions. You are not waiting for a better life to begin. You are already inside the only life you have. In this quiet readiness, a calm anticipation replaces restless hope. You drift towards sleep, not because tomorrow promises improvement, but because you are no longer negotiating with it. And as rest deepens, you carry a steady trust that whatever the next day holds, you can welcome it without needing it to be anything more than what it is. And as you learn to welcome tomorrow without placing the burden of perfection on it, another subtle thread begins to loosen. The story you carry about who you are and what your life is supposed to mean. Throughout the day, the mind quietly builds narratives, stories about success and failure, about being the strong one, the overlooked one, the one who must hold everything together. These narratives help you move through the world, but at night they can become heavy armor that never comes off. The Stoics practiced setting these stories down before sleep, not to lose themselves, but to rest from the constant effort of being someone. There is a deep fatigue in always needing your life to make sense in a certain way. When every event must fit into a personal storyline, the mind keeps analyzing, interpreting, reinforcing the identity it has constructed. The Stoics understood that beneath these narratives is something quieter, a simple awareness that does not need a title, a role, or a history to exist. By returning to that awareness at night, they allowed themselves to rest as a human being rather than as a character in a story. They also recognized how narratives amplify emotion. When something difficult happens, the mind does not just register the event, it connects it to the larger story it believes about you. A mistake becomes proof of inadequacy. A rejection becomes confirmation of being unworthy. By loosening attachment to the narrative, they reduce the emotional weight attached to each moment. Events could be seen as isolated experiences rather than chapters in a painful tale. Another part of this detachment was accepting that identity is fluid. You are not permanently defined by what happened today, or by what you achieved, or by what you struggled with. When you stop clinging to a fixed self-image, you become free to change without resistance. The subconscious begins to understand that nothing needs to be defended while you sleep, because who you are is not under threat. They also practiced stepping outside the timeline of their life. Past and future belong to memory and imagination, but sleep happens in the present. By releasing the need to revisit the past or forecast the future, they allowed the mind to settle into the simple experience of being here. This presence quieted the endless storytelling that normally keeps thoughts active. As this habit deepens, the nervous system relaxes because it no longer feels responsible for maintaining a consistent identity through the night. There is no role to perform, no reputation to protect, no version of yourself to uphold until morning. What remains is a quiet neutrality that invites rest. So as you lie here now, you do not need to carry the story of who you were today or who you think you must be tomorrow. You can set down the expectations, the labels, the explanations. None of them are required for this moment. Let the narrative fade like a book gently closing. Let the character you played step off the stage. What remains is simple presence, untouched by plot or meaning. In this quiet detachment, a profound calm unfolds. You drift towards sleep, not as a collection of roles and memories, but as awareness itself, steady, open, at peace. And in that peace, the mind finally rests, free from the stories it no longer needs to tell. And as the stories about who you are begin to loosen, and the mind no longer feels compelled to hold itself together through constant narration, one final habit reveals itself. The instinct to wrestle with every thought that appears. The urge to correct it, silence it, follow it, or push it away. Yet the more you struggle with thoughts, the more persistent they become, like echoes growing louder in an empty room. The Stoics understood that peace does not come from controlling the mind by force, but from allowing it to settle on its own. So they practiced a gentler art, letting thoughts pass without resistance. There is a quiet difference between noticing a thought and engaging with it. Most thoughts arise automatically, shaped by memory, habit, and emotion. They are not deliberate decisions, yet they often pull you into reaction as if they were commands. The Stoics trained themselves to see thoughts as appearances rather than instructions. Just because something enters the mind does not mean it must be followed. They compared thoughts to passing travelers on a road. Some stop briefly, some linger, some move quickly through. But none of them are the road itself. When you stop identifying with each passing visitor, the mind becomes a place of movement rather than conflict. This perspective removes the urgency that normally keeps thoughts alive. Another part of this practice was refusing to label thoughts as good or bad the moment they appeared. Judgment gives them weight. Resistance gives them energy. By meeting them with neutrality, they were allowed to fade naturally, like ripples smoothing out on water once the disturbance ends. The subconscious learned that calm does not require mental perfection, only non-interference. They also understood that fighting thoughts signals danger to the nervous system, keeping the body alert. Allowing them to pass signals safety, encouraging relaxation. Over time, the brain begins to reduce the intensity and frequency of intrusive thinking because it is no longer being reinforced by emotional reaction. There is also relief in realizing that you are not responsible for every thought your mind produces. Some are remnants of the day, some are echoes of old fears, some are simply noise. When you stop taking ownership of them, they lose their authority. You remain the observer rather than the battlefield. As you rest here now, thoughts may still arise, but they do not need attention. They can drift through like distant sounds fading into the night. You do not need to chase them, solve them, or silence them. Their nature is to disappear when left alone. Let them come and go like clouds moving across a wide, open sky. The sky does not strain to remove them. It remains vast and unchanged beneath their passing. In this quiet allowance, something deeply calming unfolds. The mind stops exhausting itself, the body follows, and sleep approaches without effort. You drift toward rest, not by forcing silence, but by allowing silence to return on its own. And as you sink deeper into that stillness, you carry a final understanding that peace was never hidden behind the absence of thought, but within your ability to let thoughts fade without becoming entangled in them. A calm so gentle and natural that it remains, even as everything else passes quietly away. And as thoughts lose their urgency, and the mind no longer feels compelled to chase or silence each one, another layer of calm begins to form. The quiet ability to remain steady when emotions arise. Most reactions happen faster than awareness, shaped by patterns learned long ago. A sharp tone, an unexpected change, a memory that surfaces without warning, and the body responds before the mind can intervene. The Stoics understood that true peace requires retraining these automatic responses, teaching the deeper mind that not every emotional spark needs to become a fire. Emotions themselves were never the enemy. They were signals, movements of energy passing through the body. What created turmoil was the instant reaction that followed, the tightening, the defensive thoughts, the urge to act immediately. By practicing calm observation each night, the Stoics weakened the chain between feeling and reaction. The subconscious learned that it could allow emotion to exist without escalating it. They would recall moments from the day where strong feelings appeared and replay them with a different response, not to rewrite the past, but to train the future. In this quiet rehearsal, they imagined meeting the same situation with steadiness, listening instead of interrupting, pausing instead of reacting, breathing instead of tightening. This gentle visualization shaped new pathways in the mind, preparing it to respond differently when similar moments returned. Another part of this conditioning was recognizing the physical nature of emotion. A racing heartbeat, shallow breath, tension in the chest. These sensations often precede conscious awareness. By learning to notice these signs early, they could calm the body before the emotion intensified. Slow breathing, relaxed muscles, softened posture signaled safety to the nervous system, preventing escalation. They also practiced acceptance of discomfort. Resisting an emotion often prolongs it, while allowing it to pass shortens its life. The Stoics treated emotions as temporary weather, not permanent climate. Anger would rise and fall, sadness would move through, anxiety would dissolve once it was no longer fought. This perspective reduced fear of feeling, making reactions less automatic. Over time, the subconscious stopped interpreting emotional surges as threats that required immediate action. The pause between feeling and response widened, creating space for reason to guide behavior. Situations that once triggered instant reaction began to feel manageable, even calm. So, as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to control about what you feel. Emotions can come and go without disturbing the quiet beneath them. You are not required to react, explain, or resolve them tonight. They are simply movements passing through a steady presence. Let the body soften. Let the breath slow. Let every sensation be exactly as it is without needing to change. In this stillness, the deeper mind is learning that calm is safe, that reaction is optional, that peace does not depend on suppressing what arises. And as sleep draws closer, you drift into it carrying a new pattern, one where emotions no longer command your actions, where steadiness replaces impulse, where calm becomes the natural state you return to again and again. A quiet strength forming beneath awareness, shaping tomorrow's responses while you rest. And as emotional reactions begin to slow, and the mind no longer feels compelled to answer every feeling with immediate action, another hidden force quietly reveals itself. The illusion that everything is urgent. The sense that something must be solved now, decided now, understood now. During the day, urgency can feel necessary, even productive. But at night, it becomes a restless pressure that keeps the mind racing long after the body is ready to rest. The Stoics recognized that much of this urgency was imagined, created by habit rather than reality. So they practiced releasing it before sleep, reminding themselves that not everything requires immediate resolution. There is a deep calm that appears when you accept that tonight is not the time for action. Problems that feel overwhelming in the dark often lose their intensity in daylight. Decisions that seem impossible become clearer after rest. By stepping out of the false demand to fix everything immediately, the mind stops treating the night as an emergency. The body follows, shifting from alertness into recovery. The Stoics trained themselves to distinguish between what was truly urgent and what only felt urgent. Most concerns belong to tomorrow or beyond. Bills, conversations, plans, uncertainties. None of these could be meaningfully addressed while lying in the quiet. Recognizing this allowed them to place these concerns gently aside, trusting that they could be met when the time was right. They also understood that urgency is often fueled by fear of losing control, missing an opportunity, or falling behind. By facing this fear calmly, they weakened its hold. They reminded themselves that life unfolds over long stretches of time, not in a single night. Progress does not disappear because you paused to rest. Another part of this practice was honoring the body's rhythm. Night exists for restoration, not for solving the entire world. When you resist this rhythm, exhaustion accumulates, making tomorrow harder rather than easier. Accepting rest as a necessary part of effectiveness removed the guilt that often accompanies slowing down. As the subconscious absorbs this lesson, it stops sounding alarms for situations that are not immediate threats. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer believes action is required right now. Sleep becomes deeper when the mind is not preparing for battles that are hours or days away. So, as you lie here now, there is nothing that must be handled in this moment. Whatever calls for your attention can wait for the clarity of morning. The night is not asking you to perform, decide, or fix. It is inviting you to release. Let the sense of urgency dissolve like tension leaving the body. Let unfinished matters rest where they are. You are not falling behind by resting. You are restoring the strength needed to move forward. In this quiet permission to pause, a profound calm settles in. You drift towards sleep, free from the pressure to act, free from the illusion that everything depends on this moment. And as rest deepens, you carry a steady understanding that life does not require constant urgency to continue, and that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is nothing at all, allowing the night to hold you while tomorrow waits patiently for your return. And as the illusion of urgency dissolves and the mind no longer feels pressed to solve life before dawn, another deeper fear often remains: the need for guarantees before allowing yourself to relax. The quiet demand to know that things will work out, that nothing will go wrong, that tomorrow will be manageable. Without that certainty, the mind hesitates, staying alert, as if calm would be irresponsible. The Stoics saw that waiting for guarantees is a trap because life rarely offers them. So they trained themselves to feel safe, even in uncertainty, grounding their peace not in promises, but in inner stability. There is a subtle tension in believing that safety depends on certainty. It keeps the mind scanning for reassurance, interpreting every unknown as a potential threat. The Stoics shifted this by focusing on what was actually present instead of what might happen. The body lying still, the breath moving quietly, the absence of immediate danger. These were enough to signal that rest was allowed. Safety was no longer tied to prediction, but to awareness of the moment. They also built trust in their ability to respond rather than in their ability to foresee. Guarantees try to remove risk from life, but resilience prepares you to meet whatever risk appears. By remembering past situations they had navigated without prior certainty, They strengthened confidence in their adaptability. The subconscious began to understand that uncertainty does not equal helplessness. Another part of this practice was accepting vulnerability as a natural condition of being human. Absolute security is an illusion, and chasing it only creates more anxiety. When you stop demanding complete protection from life, you discover that calm can exist alongside openness. You are not fragile simply because outcomes are unknown. They also learn to distinguish between imagined danger and actual threat. The mind often reacts to possibilities as if they were events, triggering tension with no real cause. By grounding themselves in what was physically happening rather than in mental projections, they reduced unnecessary alarm. The nervous system followed, releasing its constant readiness. As this habit deepens, the brain begins to associate uncertainty with normalcy instead of danger. Sleep becomes easier because the mind is no longer waiting for reassurance that may never arrive. You do not need guarantees to rest. You need trust in your own steadiness. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you must know before allowing yourself to relax. Tomorrow does not need to be certain for tonight to be peaceful. The unknown can remain open without closing your sense of safety. Let the need for guarantees soften. Let the future exist without being secured. You are safe enough in this moment, and that is all that is required for rest. In this quiet trust, a deeper calm settles through the body. You drift toward sleep, not because life has promised you ease, but because you no longer require that promise. And as rest carries you inward, you hold a steady understanding that true safety is not the absence of uncertainty, but the presence of a mind that can remain peaceful even when nothing is guaranteed. And as the mind learns to feel safe without guarantees, and no longer waits for certainty before allowing itself to rest, something quieter begins to emerge. The recognition that courage does not always appear in loud moments of action. Often, the deepest courage is silent. It is the willingness to sit with your thoughts without distraction, to face the truth of your inner world without turning away, to remain present when there is nothing to hide behind. The Stoics treated the night as a training ground for this quiet bravery, rehearsing courage not through struggle, but through stillness. There is a subtle discomfort in being alone with yourself. During the day, noise and activity protect you from having to look inward for too long. At night, that protection fades. The Stoics did not rush to fill the silence. They entered it deliberately, allowing whatever surfaced to be seen without panic. This was their rehearsal, teaching the mind that it could face its own depths and remain steady. They understood that courage is not the absence of fear, but the refusal to be ruled by it. When uneasy thoughts appeared, they did not push them away or dramatize them. They acknowledged them calmly, as if saying, "You are here, but you do not control me." This quiet acknowledgement weakened fear's authority, turning it from a commanding voice into a passing presence. Another part of this practice was sitting with unanswered questions. Not every concern has a solution ready. Not every doubt can be resolved immediately. The Stoics allowed uncertainty to exist without rushing toward reassurance. This built a form of endurance, the ability to remain calm even when clarity was not available. They also practiced releasing the need for distraction, entertainment, conversation, constant stimulation. These can numb discomfort, but they also prevent true resilience from forming. By choosing silence instead, they strengthened their capacity to remain composed in any environment, even one stripped of comfort. As the subconscious absorbs this rehearsal, it stops interpreting quiet as emptiness or threat. The nervous system relaxes because the mind has proven it can handle stillness without distress. Sleep becomes deeper because there is no resistance to the silence that surrounds it. So as you lie here now, you do not need to escape into noise or distraction. The quiet is not asking anything from you. It is simply holding space for rest. Whatever thoughts pass through can be met with calm presence, not reaction. Let the silence support you. Let it remind you that you are capable of facing your inner world without fear. You are not alone in this stillness. You are anchored within it. In this quiet courage, a profound peace unfolds. You drift towards sleep not as someone avoiding the night, but as someone who has learned to walk into it calmly. And as rest takes you deeper, you carry with you a steady strength, the kind that grows in silence, unseen but unshakable, preparing you to meet the world again with a calm that no noise can disturb. And as courage quietly settles into the silence and the mind no longer feels the need to escape itself, another layer of preparation begins, the readiness to face discomfort without resistance. Discomfort is woven into life in small and large ways, yet much of our suffering comes from the refusal to accept it when it arrives. The Stoics understood that calm is not built by avoiding difficulty, but by training the psyche to meet it without panic. Each night became a gentle rehearsal, a way of teaching the deeper mind that unease can be endured without losing stability. There is a natural impulse to tense up at the first sign of discomfort. The body tightens, the mind searches for escape, and the moment feels larger than it is. The Stoics practiced doing the opposite. When something felt unpleasant, they softened instead of bracing. This sent a quiet signal to the nervous system that the situation was not life-threatening. Over time, the body learned that discomfort could exist without triggering alarm. They also reflected on how often discomfort passes on its own when it is not fought. A restless thought fades, an uneasy feeling dissolves, a physical tension releases. By observing this pattern repeatedly, they built trust in the temporary nature of unpleasant states. The subconscious began to understand that endurance does not mean suffering forever. It means allowing change to happen without interference. Another part of this preparation was distinguishing between pain and the story about pain. Sensation itself is often neutral, but the interpretation makes it overwhelming. When you remove the dramatic narrative, discomfort shrinks back to its actual size. The Stoics trained themselves to experience sensation directly, without adding layers of fear or frustration. They also practiced patience with themselves when calm did not come immediately. The goal was not to eliminate discomfort, but to remain steady within it. This patience created resilience, because it removed the expectation that life should always feel easy. You become less shaken by difficulty when you no longer see it as abnormal. As the subconscious absorbs this mindset, the fear of discomfort weakens. The body no longer reacts as if every challenge is a crisis. Sleep becomes deeper because the mind is not bracing against possible unease that may arise during the night or the day ahead. So, as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to fix about what you feel. If there is tension, it can soften in its own time. If there is restlessness, it can settle without force. You are not required to eliminate discomfort to deserve rest. Let the body sink into the surface beneath you. Let the breath move without effort. Let every sensation be held in calm awareness rather than resistance. In this quiet acceptance, a steady strength forms beneath the surface. You drift towards sleep prepared not for a perfect tomorrow, but for a real one. knowing that whatever discomfort appears, you can meet it with composure, and in that composure, you carry a peace that does not depend on ease, but on the quiet confidence that you can remain calm through whatever life brings. And as the psyche learns it can face discomfort without collapsing, another quiet habit becomes easier to see: the instinct to escape the mind whenever stillness appears. When thoughts slow down, many people rush to fill the space with distraction, noise, or stimulation, as if silence itself were something to fear. The Stoics noticed this tendency and chose a different path. Instead of escaping their minds, they practiced remaining inside the quiet, allowing stillness to deepen without reaching for relief. In that stillness, they discovered a form of rest far more powerful than any distraction could provide. There is a subtle anxiety that drives mental escape. It whispers that if you stop thinking, stop planning, stop consuming, something important will be missed. So the mind keeps moving, even when movement is no longer useful. The Stoics understood that constant activity prevents true recovery. Just as the body needs sleep to repair itself, the mind needs periods of stillness where no effort is required. They practiced letting thoughts settle naturally, like sediment falling to the bottom of clear water when it is no longer stirred. This settling cannot be forced. It happens when you stop interfering. By refusing the urge to reach for stimulation, they allowed clarity to return on its own. The subconscious learned that calm does not come from doing more, but from allowing less. Another part of this practice was becoming comfortable with the simplicity of being. Without tasks to complete or problems to solve, identity can feel uncertain. The Stoics returned to the basic experience of existence: breath moving, body resting, awareness present. This grounded them in something steady that did not depend on activity. They also noticed that escape often postpones what needs to be faced. Distraction can numb tension temporarily, but it leaves the underlying unrest untouched. Stillness, on the other hand, brings hidden tension into awareness where it can dissolve. By remaining present, they allowed unresolved thoughts to lose intensity without being chased or suppressed. As this habit deepened, the nervous system began to associate quiet with safety instead of emptiness. The body softened more quickly, the breath slowed naturally, sleep approached without struggle. The mind no longer feared the absence of stimulation because it had learned that nothing essential was missing there. So as you lie here now, there is nowhere you need to escape to. No noise required, no distraction necessary. The quiet surrounding you is not a void. It is a space where the mind can finally rest. Let thoughts slow without pushing them away. Let awareness widen without searching for something to fill it. You are allowed to simply be here, without purpose, without urgency, without effort. In this gentle stillness, a deep calm unfolds. You drift towards sleep, not by running from your mind, but by settling peacefully within it. And as rest takes you, you carry a quiet understanding that true peace is not found in escape, but in the courage to remain present until the mind becomes as still as the night itself. And as the mind grows familiar with stillness and no longer feels the urge to escape itself, another quiet fear sometimes rises into awareness: the fear of being alone. Not just physically alone, but emotionally and mentally, without distraction, without voices, without the reassurance of constant connection. For many people, solitude feels like exposure, as if something essential is missing when no one else is present. The Stoics saw this fear as a misunderstanding. They practiced transforming solitude from something threatening into something restorative, teaching the mind that being alone does not mean being abandoned. There is a deep difference between loneliness and aloneness. Loneliness feels like absence, like something has been taken away. Aloneness, when understood differently, feels like space, a place where nothing is demanded from you, where you are free from expectations and roles. The Stoics used the night to rediscover this space, allowing themselves to exist without needing to perform for anyone. They reminded themselves that the most constant companion you will ever have is your own awareness. When you learn to be at ease with it, solitude stops feeling empty. It becomes a return to the one presence that never leaves. This quiet companionship does not depend on conversation or approval. It simply exists, steady and reliable beneath everything else. Another part of this practice was recognizing how connection to the wider world remains even in solitude. The same air moves through every living being. The same night sky stretches over countless lives at once. You are alone in your room, but not separate from existence. This perspective softened the sense of isolation, replacing it with quiet belonging. They also used solitude as a time for renewal. Without external input, the mind can reorganize itself. Emotions can settle, perspective can return. What feels overwhelming during constant interaction becomes manageable in quiet reflection. Solitude becomes not deprivation, but restoration. As the subconscious absorbs this new meaning, it stops interpreting aloneness as danger. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer expects abandonment in the absence of others. Sleep becomes easier when solitude feels safe rather than unsettling. So as you lie here now, there is nothing missing from this moment. The quiet around you is not emptiness, it is shelter. You do not need voices to feel grounded. You do not need presence to feel held. Let the silence feel like space rather than absence. Let it surround you gently, asking nothing, demanding nothing. You are not alone in a threatening way. You are alone in a peaceful way. In this calm solitude, a deeper comfort emerges. You drift towards sleep, supported not by distraction, but by the steady presence within you that has been there all along. And as rest takes you, you carry a quiet realization that being alone is not something to fear, but something to understand. A place where peace grows naturally when nothing is required except your simple existence. And as solitude begins to feel like shelter instead of absence, another quiet resistance sometimes surfaces. The belief that resting means falling behind, that stopping is weakness, that if you are not pushing forward, you are somehow failing. This belief can keep the body tense even in exhaustion, turning night into a battleground between fatigue and guilt. The Stoics recognized how destructive this was, so they trained the mind to see rest not as avoidance, but as preparation, a necessary rhythm that allows strength to return. There is a deep conditioning in many people to equate worth with constant effort. The mind measures value by productivity, forgetting that even the most resilient systems require recovery. The Stoics observed nature closely. Day gives way to night. Seasons shift. Growth alternates with stillness. Nothing in the natural world sustains endless activity. By aligning themselves with this rhythm, they removed the shame that often surrounds rest. They reminded themselves that exhaustion does not produce wisdom or clarity. A tired mind makes impulsive decisions, exaggerates problems, and loses perspective. Rest restores the ability to see clearly. It is not a retreat from responsibility, but a way of returning to it with steadiness rather than strain. Another part of this practice was recognizing that rest protects what matters most: relationships, health, judgment, patience. All of these deteriorate when fatigue accumulates. By honoring rest, they preserved their capacity to act well when action was needed. This transformed rest from something passive into something purposeful. They also practiced releasing the inner voice that demanded constant output. This voice often echoes expectations absorbed over years, not truths that serve you now. By gently questioning it, they weakened its authority. The subconscious learned that stillness does not erase value, and that presence alone is enough for this moment. As this understanding deepened, the nervous system stopped interpreting rest as danger. Muscles released their guarded tension, breath slowed naturally, sleep approached without resistance. The body finally felt permitted to recover instead of forced to endure. So, as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to prove by staying awake or by keeping your mind active. Rest is not something you earn after exhaustion. It is something you allow because you are human. Let the guilt dissolve. Let the pressure to do more fade into the background. You are not losing ground by pausing. You are regaining the strength that movement requires. In this quiet permission, a gentle calm settles through your entire being. You drift towards sleep not as someone escaping effort, but as someone honoring the balance that life itself follows. And as rest carries you deeper, you hold a steady understanding that recovery is part of discipline, that stillness is part of strength, and that peace grows naturally when the mind no longer confuses rest with weakness. And as rest begins to feel like strength instead of weakness, another quiet habit often tries to follow you into the night: the urge to measure your life against someone else's. The mind replays what others achieved, how far ahead they seem, how differently they live. Comparison turns reflection into pressure, making even a full day feel insufficient. The Stoics saw this as a thief of peace. So before sleep, they practiced returning to their own path, ending the day without weighing their worth against lives they were never meant to live. There is a hidden distortion in comparison. You see only fragments of another person's story, often the parts they choose to reveal, and place them beside the most critical version of your own. The result is always imbalance. The Stoics reminded themselves that every life carries unseen struggles, trade-offs, and sacrifices. What appears effortless from a distance often comes with costs you cannot see. Recognizing this dissolved the illusion that others had been given something you were denied. They also focused on what was truly within their control: their own actions, intentions, and growth. Another person's timeline, talents, or circumstances were not variables they could influence. By narrowing attention to their own effort, they reclaimed energy that would otherwise be wasted on envy or self-doubt. Peace returned when the standard became internal rather than external. Another part of this practice was appreciating uniqueness. Your path is shaped by experiences, values, and choices that cannot be replicated. Trying to mirror someone else creates tension because it moves you away from authenticity. The Stoics believed that fulfillment comes from living in alignment with your nature, not from matching another person's pace. They also reflected on how comparison feeds endless dissatisfaction. No matter how far you progress, there will always be someone ahead in some area of life. If contentment depends on outrunning others, it will never arrive. By releasing this race entirely, they allowed themselves to experience satisfaction in the present moment. As the subconscious absorbs this habit, It stops scanning for social benchmarks before allowing rest. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer feels pressured to compete, even in silence. Sleep becomes deeper when the mind is not rehearsing inadequacy. So as you lie here now, there is no scoreboard you need to check, no ranking you must calculate. Today did not need to match anyone else's to be meaningful. It only needed to be yours. Let the images of other lives fade into the distance. Let your attention return to the quiet reality of your own breath, your own body, your own journey. Nothing else is required in this moment. In this quiet independence, a gentle confidence settles in. You drift towards sleep free from the weight of comparison, grounded in the understanding that your path unfolds in its own time. And as rest deepens, you carry a calm certainty that peace grows when you stop measuring your life against others and begin living it fully as your own. And as comparison fades and the mind returns to its own path, another quiet pressure often remains. The need for everything to be flawless before you allow yourself to rest. The feeling that you should have handled things better, said things more wisely, achieved more, avoided every mistake. Perfection becomes an invisible standard that keeps the mind awake, searching for what could have been different. The Stoics understood that this pursuit quietly drains peace. So each night they trained the subconscious to accept imperfection as part of being human, not as evidence of failure. There is a deep tension in believing that calm must be earned through perfection. It turns every day into an unfinished task because nothing ever meets that impossible measure. The Stoics chose a gentler truth, that effort matters more than flawlessness, and that growth happens through missteps as much as through successes. When you accept this, the day can end without the sense that something essential was missing. They also reminded themselves that mistakes are temporary events, not permanent definitions. The mind often treats a single error as proof of inadequacy, replaying it until it feels larger than everything else. By placing each mistake back into context, they reduced its weight. One imperfect moment could not erase a lifetime of intention and effort. Another part of this conditioning was practicing self-forgiveness, not the kind that excuses harmful behavior, but the kind that acknowledges humanity. You can learn without punishing yourself. You can improve without carrying shame into the next day. This gentle approach allowed change to happen without resistance. They also recognized that imperfection keeps you connected to others. Every person struggles, fails, and tries again. When you stop expecting yourself to be beyond this, compassion naturally expands toward yourself and toward everyone else. The pressure to appear invulnerable dissolves, replaced by quiet understanding. As the subconscious absorbs this acceptance, it stops scanning for faults before allowing rest. The nervous system relaxes because it no longer anticipates internal criticism. Sleep becomes deeper when the mind feels safe from its own impossible standards. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you needed to do perfectly today to deserve peace. The day was allowed to be messy, incomplete, human. Nothing essential was lost because it was not flawless. Let the need to correct everything dissolve. Let the unfinished edges remain as they are. You are not required to polish your life before closing your eyes. In this gentle acceptance, a warm calm spreads through the body. You drift towards sleep not as someone who must fix themselves, but as someone who is allowed to rest exactly as they are. And as rest deepens, you carry a quiet understanding that peace does not come from perfection, but from the willingness to be human without resistance. trusting that growth continues even while you sleep. And as imperfection becomes something you can accept rather than fight, another quiet longing sometimes remains, the need to be fully understood. The hope that someone will finally see your intentions, your struggles, the reasons behind your choices, and confirm that you are not alone in how you feel. When that understanding does not come, the mind keeps explaining itself long after the conversation has ended, searching for clarity that may never arrive. The Stoics recognized how heavy this need can become, so before sleep, they practiced releasing it, allowing themselves to exist without requiring anyone else to grasp their inner world completely. There is a subtle exhaustion in constantly trying to translate yourself into something others will accept. It keeps the mind alert, replaying interactions, refining explanations, wondering how you could have been clearer. The Stoics reminded themselves that no person can fully step inside another's experience. Everyone sees through their own memories, fears, and expectations. Expecting perfect understanding from others creates frustration because it asks for something beyond human capacity. They also shifted their focus from being understood to living truthfully. When your actions align with your values, external interpretation matters less. You no longer need agreement to feel grounded. Your peace comes from knowing your intentions, not from having them validated. This quiet self-trust replaces the restless search for recognition. Another part of this practice was accepting that misunderstanding is not always rejection. Sometimes people simply lack the perspective to see what you see. Sometimes they are absorbed in their own struggles. By viewing misunderstanding as limitation rather than hostility, they softened the emotional impact. Resentment faded because the situation no longer felt personal. They also practiced expressing what needed to be said and then releasing it. Once you have spoken honestly, the outcome belongs to the other person. Carrying the conversation forward in your mind only prolongs tension. Letting it rest allowed them to step out of the endless cycle of explanation and defense. As the subconscious absorbs this habit, it stops searching for resolution through imagined dialogue. The nervous system relaxes because there is no longer a need to justify your existence before allowing rest. Sleep becomes deeper when the mind is not rehearsing conversations that cannot change. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to clarify, no message you must perfect, no understanding you must secure before you can relax. You are allowed to exist without being fully seen by everyone. Let the need to explain dissolve into the quiet. Let your story belong to you without requiring confirmation. You are not incomplete because someone else does not fully understand you. In this quiet independence, a deep calm settles in. You drift towards sleep free from the pressure to be known in a certain way, grounded in the simple truth that your inner world is valid even when it remains private. And as rest takes you, you carry a steady peace, the kind that grows when you stop seeking understanding outside and begin resting comfortably within yourself. And as the need to be understood by others loosens its grip, another doorway quietly opens, the willingness to understand yourself without distortion. Not through harsh judgment, not through comforting illusions, but through clear and gentle truth. The Stoics believed that honesty with oneself was the foundation of inner peace. Each night, they turned inward not to criticize, but to see clearly what the day had revealed about their character, their fears, their intentions. In that quiet reflection, they found freedom, because nothing hidden has the power to quietly control you anymore. There is a subtle relief in admitting the truth to yourself. The mind spends enormous energy maintaining stories that protect the ego, reasons why something was not your fault, why you avoided what mattered, why you acted against your values. These stories feel safe in the moment, but they create tension that lingers beneath the surface. When you face the truth calmly, without punishment, that tension dissolves. You no longer have to defend an illusion. The Stoics approached this practice with compassion rather than severity. They did not ask, "How did I fail?" but "Where did I drift away from the person I want to be?" This difference kept honesty from turning into self-attack. It allowed growth instead of shame. When mistakes were acknowledged with calm responsibility, they became lessons rather than burdens. Another part of this practice was recognizing what went well without exaggeration or dismissal. Radical honesty includes seeing your strengths clearly, not pretending they do not exist. By acknowledging moments of patience, courage, restraint, or kindness, they reinforced the qualities they wished to carry forward. The subconscious learned to associate truth with balance rather than negativity. They also reflected on motivations, not just actions. Sometimes you do the right thing for the wrong reason, or the wrong thing for a reason rooted in fear or pain. Understanding the motive behind behavior allowed them to address the source rather than the symptom. This deepened self-awareness made future choices more deliberate. As the subconscious absorbs this nightly clarity, it stops fearing introspection. The mind no longer avoids reflection because it expects attack. Instead, it begins to trust that looking inward leads to peace, not punishment. Sleep becomes deeper when nothing is being hidden from yourself. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to pretend about. Today can be seen exactly as it was, imperfect, human, real. You are allowed to acknowledge what you avoided, what you handled well, what you wish to change, without turning any of it into a verdict about your worth. Let the truth settle gently, without resistance. Let it clear the space inside you like fresh air entering a quiet room. Nothing needs to be fixed tonight. Seeing clearly is enough. In this calm honesty, a steady peace unfolds. You drift towards sleep lighter, no longer carrying the weight of denial or self-deception. And as rest takes you deeper, you carry a quiet strength, the strength of someone who can face themselves without fear, knowing that truth, when met with compassion, becomes a guide rather than a burden. And as self-honesty clears the inner space and nothing remains hidden from your own awareness, another heavy emotion sometimes reveals itself, the quiet desire for revenge. Not always loud or dramatic, but a lingering wish for someone to feel what they caused you to feel, to understand the hurt by experiencing it themselves. This impulse can keep the mind awake, replaying scenes, rewriting conversations, imagining outcomes that restore a sense of balance. The Stoics saw how this cycle binds you to the very pain you want to escape. So before sleep, they practiced dissolving the need for revenge, choosing freedom over retaliation. There is a deep exhaustion in carrying anger into the night. The body stays tense, as if preparing for conflict that is no longer happening. The mind keeps returning to the wound, not because it wants suffering, but because it wants closure. The Stoics reminded themselves that revenge does not heal injury. It extends it. By refusing to release the past, you allow the event to continue shaping your present. They also reflected on the limits of control. You cannot rewrite what happened, and you cannot force another person to understand or regret their actions. Wanting revenge often hides a deeper wish, to undo the pain. When this becomes clear, the mind can begin to shift toward acceptance rather than resistance. Acceptance does not mean approval. It means refusing to let the event define your peace. Another part of this practice was recognizing that people act from their own fears, ignorance, or wounds. This perspective does not excuse harmful behavior, but it removes the illusion that their actions were carefully designed to destroy you. Seeing the broader human struggle reduces the intensity of personal offense, allowing compassion to soften anger's sharp edge. They also practiced reclaiming their energy. Revenge keeps your attention tied to someone else, giving them continued influence over your emotional state. Letting go breaks that connection. Your peace stops depending on their actions or consequences. Freedom begins the moment you stop waiting for them to suffer. As the subconscious absorbs this release, the body no longer braces for imagined confrontations. The nervous system settles because there is no enemy to prepare for. Sleep becomes deeper when the mind is not rehearsing conflict that will not occur tonight. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to resolve through anger, nothing you must balance through harm. The past can remain where it is without following you into rest. Let the images of confrontation fade. Let the need for repayment dissolve into the quiet. You are not surrendering your strength, you are reclaiming it. In this gentle release, a profound calm spreads through you. You drift towards sleep, unchained from the weight of resentment, carried by the understanding that peace is not found in retaliation, but in refusal to carry what no longer belongs to you. And as rest deepens, you hold a quiet certainty that the greatest victory is not making others feel your pain, but freeing yourself from it entirely. And as the need for revenge loosens and the heart is no longer tied to the past through anger, another quiet truth begins to surface. Forgiveness does not always require reunion. Many people believe that to forgive, they must reopen doors that once led to pain, must welcome back those who hurt them, must pretend nothing happened. This belief makes forgiveness feel dangerous, as if peace can only come at the cost of safety. The Stoics understood that forgiveness is not about restoring the relationship, it is about restoring your inner balance. So they trained the mind to forgive without reconciliation, releasing the poison without inviting the wound back in. There is a deep relief in realizing that forgiveness is an internal act. It does not require approval from the other person, nor does it depend on their apology or change. Waiting for those conditions keeps you emotionally tied to them. The Stoics chose independence instead. They forgave because they no longer wished to carry the burden, not because the other person deserved it. They also made a clear distinction between forgiveness and trust. Trust must be earned again through consistent action, and sometimes it is never rebuilt. Forgiveness, however, is simply the decision to stop reliving the injury. You can release resentment while still protecting yourself from further harm. This clarity allowed them to maintain boundaries without hardening their hearts. Another part of this practice was understanding that holding anger prolongs connection to the event. The mind replays the story, strengthening the emotional imprint each time. By choosing forgiveness, they interrupted this cycle. The memory could remain, but it no longer carried the same emotional charge. It became a fact of the past rather than a wound in the present. They also reflected on how forgiveness benefits the one who gives it most. Bitterness narrows your world, making it revolve around what happened. Forgiveness widens it again, allowing new experiences to enter without being filtered through old pain. It is not surrender, it is liberation. As the subconscious absorbs this perspective, it stops equating forgiveness with vulnerability. The nervous system relaxes because peace no longer feels like a risk. Sleep becomes deeper when the mind is not guarding itself against ghosts of past injury. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to reopen, nothing you need to repair with someone who is not here. You can release the weight quietly, without announcement, without ceremony. The act is yours alone. Let the resentment soften. Let the story loosen its hold. You are not required to forget, and you are not required to reconnect. You are simply allowed to be free. In this quiet forgiveness, a gentle calm fills the space inside you. You drift toward sleep, not as someone who excused the past, but as someone who chose peace over continued suffering. And as rest carries you deeper, you hold a steady understanding that forgiveness without reconciliation is not weakness, but wisdom, the ability to close a chapter without needing to rewrite it, and to move forward without carrying the weight of what once was. And as forgiveness loosens the emotional knots tied to people, another quieter attachment begins to reveal itself, the silent bond between identity and possessions. Not just the things you use, but the things you believe define you, the objects that seem to hold pieces of your past, your effort, your status, your sense of safety. The Stoics saw this clearly. They understood that many people are not burdened by what they own, but by what they fear losing. So they practiced removing emotional attachment to possessions, not by rejecting comfort, but by freeing the mind from dependence on it. There is a strange anxiety that comes from tying your peace to objects. When your calm depends on what you have, every change feels like a threat. A broken phone, a lost wallet, a damaged home. Even small inconveniences can disturb the inner world because they feel like pieces of yourself being taken away. The Stoics trained their minds to see possessions as tools, not extensions of identity, useful, temporary, replaceable. They often reminded themselves that everything external is on loan from the universe, not owned in the deepest sense, only entrusted for a time. This perspective softens fear because loss stops feeling like theft and starts feeling like the natural return of something that was never permanently yours. It is not indifference to comfort, it is independence from it. Another layer of this practice was observing how possessions quietly demand attention. The more you accumulate, the more you must maintain, protect, organize, and worry about. The mind becomes a storage room crowded with concerns. By reducing emotional attachment, they reduced mental noise. Peace grew not from having less, but from needing less. They also practiced gratitude without dependency, enjoying what they had while remaining aware that their well-being did not rely on it. This balance allowed them to experience pleasure without fear, to sit in a comfortable room while knowing they could remain calm in an uncomfortable one, to sleep peacefully whether surrounded by abundance or simplicity. At night, this practice becomes especially powerful. The mind often reviews what could be lost tomorrow: security, comfort, stability. But when you train yourself to detach emotionally, sleep becomes lighter and deeper at the same time. There is nothing to guard, nothing to cling to. The nervous system senses that survival is not tied to objects. This does not mean rejecting beauty or usefulness. It means shifting the source of stability inward. When peace comes from character rather than circumstance, possessions become optional enhancements instead of emotional anchors. So, as you rest now, there is nothing you need to hold tightly. The room around you is enough, and even that is not required for your calm. If something were gone tomorrow, you would still remain. Your awareness, your ability to breathe, your capacity for quiet strength, these are not stored in any object. Let the grip soften. Let the silent pressure to preserve everything fade away. You are allowed to exist without constantly securing your surroundings. In this release, sleep becomes simpler. You drift not as someone guarding what they own, but as someone who knows that peace travels with them, untouched by gain or loss. And as the night deepens, a steady understanding settles in, that the less you cling to possessions, the more space there is for calm to live inside you, unshaken by the changing world outside. And as attachment to possessions loosens, and the mind no longer measures safety by what surrounds it, a deeper realization quietly steps forward. Nothing you experience is meant to stay the same. Not the good moments, not the difficult ones, not even the person you are right now. The Stoics trained themselves to prepare for change by accepting transience, because they knew resistance to change is one of the greatest sources of anxiety. When you expect permanence in a world built on movement, every shift feels like a loss instead of a continuation. There is a subtle tension that lives inside people who fear change. They try to hold days in place, preserve feelings, freeze circumstances, protect routines. But life moves anyway. Seasons turn without asking permission. Bodies age without consulting the mind. Relationships evolve, environments shift, plans dissolve, new paths appear. The Stoics believed peace comes not from controlling this flow, but from aligning with it. They often reflected on how everything in nature transforms without distress. The sun sets without regret. Leaves fall without resistance. Rivers never cling to the shape they held yesterday. By observing this rhythm, they trained the mind to see change as a natural process rather than a personal disruption. When something ended, they reminded themselves that endings are not violations of order, but expressions of it. Another part of this practice was gently rehearsing the idea that what you love will one day change form, not to create sadness, but to remove shock. When the mind becomes familiar with impermanence, it stops reacting with panic when change arrives. Instead, it responds with a quiet recognition. This too belongs to the pattern of life. They also learn to separate change from catastrophe. The mind often exaggerates transition, telling stories about collapse when in reality something is simply evolving. By accepting transience, they reduce the drama created by anticipation. Tomorrow did not need to resemble today for peace to continue. At night, this acceptance becomes especially calming. Much of nighttime anxiety comes from uncertainty about what tomorrow might bring. But when you understand that change is not an enemy, the future loses its sharp edge. Sleep becomes easier because you are no longer bracing yourself against what has not happened yet. This practice does not make you passive. It makes you adaptable. Instead of resisting new circumstances, you meet them with steadiness. Instead of grieving every shift, you adjust your footing and continue forward. Calm becomes flexible rather than fragile. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to keep frozen in time. Today can end without fear. Tomorrow can arrive without pressure to be predictable. Whatever changes will unfold, just as night naturally becomes morning. Let the need for permanence soften. Let the expectation that things must stay the same dissolve into the quiet. You are part of a moving world, not separate from it. In this acceptance, a gentle stability forms, not the stability of fixed conditions, but the stability of an anchored mind. You drift towards sleep, not trying to preserve the day that has passed, but trusting the flow that carries you forward. And as rest deepens, a calm understanding settles in, that peace does not come from stopping change, but from learning that you can remain steady while everything else transforms. And as acceptance of change softens the fear of what may come, another quiet resistance begins to loosen. The urge to rush life, to force outcomes, to wrestle with time as if it were an opponent. Many people live as though peace is waiting somewhere ahead, just beyond the next achievement, the next solution, the next version of themselves. The Stoics saw the exhaustion in this approach, so they practiced learning to trust time instead of fighting it, understanding that not everything meaningful can be accelerated, and not everything painful needs to be escaped immediately. There is a hidden tension in trying to control the pace of life. When things move slowly, impatience grows. When problems linger, frustration deepens. When healing takes longer than expected, the mind assumes something is wrong. But time has its own rhythm, independent of preference. Seeds do not bloom because you demand it. Wounds do not close because you stare at them. Clarity does not arrive because you chase it. The Stoics trained themselves to step out of this struggle. They focused on what could be done in the present moment and released the demand for instant resolution. By doing this, they removed the pressure that turns waiting into suffering. Time stopped feeling like an obstacle and began to feel like an ally, quietly doing work in the background. They also reflected on how many difficulties resolve themselves when given space. Emotions cool, perspectives shift. Opportunities appear that could not have been forced into existence earlier. What once felt unbearable becomes manageable simply because time moved forward. This observation strengthened their patience, not as passive endurance, but as active trust. Another part of this practice was recognizing that rushing often comes from fear. Fear of missing out, fear of falling behind, fear of uncertainty. When these fears loosen, urgency fades. The mind no longer treats every delay as danger. Calm becomes possible because nothing needs to happen immediately for you to be okay. At night, this trust becomes especially powerful. Sleep itself requires surrender to time. You cannot force unconsciousness, you allow it. The more you try to command sleep, the further it retreats. But when you trust the process, rest arrives quietly on its own. This mirrors how many aspects of life unfold. The Stoics also reminded themselves that they are temporary within time, not masters over it. This perspective brought humility and relief at the same moment. There was no need to conquer time because their role was simply to move through it with awareness and dignity. So as you rest now, there is nothing you need to hurry, nothing you must resolve before morning. The unfinished parts of life can remain unfinished for a few hours. Time will continue its quiet work while you sleep. Let the sense of urgency soften. Let the pressure to fix everything tonight dissolve into the background. You are allowed to pause without falling behind. You are allowed to rest without losing momentum. In this trust, the body relaxes and the mind releases its grip on tomorrow. You drift towards sleep, not as someone racing against time, but as someone carried by it. And as the night deepens, a steady understanding settles in. That calm grows when you stop fighting the clock, when you allow life to unfold at the pace it was always meant to have, and when you remember that time is not something to defeat, but something to walk with quietly until the journey is complete. And as trust in time begins to quiet the urge to rush ahead, one final tension reveals itself: the habit of carrying tomorrow into the night. Many people lie down, but their minds remain standing in the future, rehearsing conversations that have not happened, solving problems that have not arrived, fearing outcomes that may never exist. The Stoics recognized that this habit steals rest from the present, so they practiced surrendering the future each night, not as an act of defeat, but as an act of wisdom. They understood that the future is not something you can hold while you sleep, and trying to do so only keeps the mind alert when it should be at peace. There is a quiet exhaustion that comes from planning beyond your control. The mind scans endless possibilities, trying to secure safety through prediction. But most of what it imagines never occurs, and the energy spent preparing for every scenario leaves little strength for what actually unfolds. The Stoics stepped out of this cycle by accepting that preparation has limits. Beyond a certain point, thinking becomes strain rather than strategy. They often ended the day by reviewing what was done and releasing what was not. If something could be addressed tomorrow, it was placed gently in tomorrow's hands. If it could not be controlled at all, it was returned to the larger order of life. This ritual created a boundary between effort and rest, allowing the mind to close unfinished loops without needing immediate answers. Another part of this practice was recognizing that the future is shaped by character more than calculation. When you trust your ability to respond wisely, you no longer need to simulate every outcome. Confidence replaces worry because you know you will meet whatever arrives with steadiness. This inner readiness removes the urge to over-prepare mentally. They also reflected on how many fears about tomorrow dissolve once tomorrow becomes today. What seemed overwhelming from a distance becomes manageable up close. By remembering this, they weakened the illusion that constant anticipation protects them. Peace came from presence, not projection. At night, surrendering the future becomes a form of compassion toward yourself. You are acknowledging that the mind deserves rest, that vigilance cannot be sustained without damage, that calm is not irresponsible. The nervous system begins to power down because it senses there is nothing left to guard. This surrender does not mean indifference to life. It means trusting that life will still be there when you wake. The responsibilities, the opportunities, the uncertainties, all of them can wait a few hours without collapsing. You are not abandoning them. You are simply placing them outside the door until morning. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to carry forward into the darkness. Tomorrow does not need supervision. It does not require your thoughts to keep moving. It will arrive on its own, just as night arrived without effort. Let the images of the future fade. Let the questions remain unanswered for now. You are allowed to rest without knowing what comes next. In this surrender, sleep deepens naturally. You drift not as someone trying to control what has not happened, but as someone who has returned to the only place peace exists, the present moment. And as the night holds you in quiet stillness, a final understanding settles in that each time you release the future before sleep, you reclaim a piece of your life from worry, learning that true calm is not found by securing tomorrow, but by trusting that you will meet it when it becomes today. And as the future is gently set down outside the door of the night, another realization begins to take root. Calm does not arrive when everything is perfect. It is not something granted by quiet circumstances or easy days. Many people wait for life to settle before they allow themselves to feel peaceful, believing that calm is the reward for stability. The Stoics saw the danger in this belief, so they trained themselves to understand that calm is a choice, not a condition. a skill practiced in the middle of noise, not a state dependent on silence. There is a subtle trap in tying peace to circumstances. If you can only relax when nothing is wrong, then calm becomes fragile, always at risk of being taken away. One unexpected message, one problem, one disappointment can shatter it. But when calm comes from within, it remains available even when life becomes complicated. The Stoics practiced this by facing discomfort without letting it dictate their inner state. They reminded themselves that events are external, but responses belong to them. They also learned to pause between stimulus and reaction. That brief space, almost invisible, is where calm lives. Instead of responding immediately to frustration, fear, or pressure, they allowed a moment of awareness to intervene. In that pause, emotion loses its urgency and choice becomes possible. This is how the brain slowly learns that agitation is not mandatory. Another part of this training was observing thoughts without automatically believing them. The mind can produce alarming stories that feel real in the moment, predicting failure, rejection, or danger. By stepping back and watching these thoughts pass like clouds, the Stoics weakened their authority. Calm grows when you stop treating every mental signal as a command. They also practiced calm during ordinary moments, not just during crisis. Taking a slow breath while waiting in line, softening the body when tension appears, releasing the jaw when stress rises. These small acts teach the nervous system that peace can be summoned at will. Over time, the brain begins to associate awareness with safety. At night, this practice becomes deeply restorative. Instead of waiting for sleep to create calm, you bring calm into sleep. The body senses that it does not need perfect conditions to rest. Even if the day was heavy, even if tomorrow feels uncertain, tranquility can still be chosen in this moment. This understanding removes helplessness. You are no longer dependent on circumstances behaving in your favor. Calm becomes portable, something you carry rather than something you search for. It remains accessible whether the world is quiet or chaotic. So, as you rest now, there is nothing that must change for peace to be present. The room does not need to be perfect. Your life does not need to be resolved. Your thoughts do not need to disappear completely. Calm can exist alongside unfinished things. Let the body soften deliberately. Let the breath slow on purpose. You are not waiting for calm to happen. You are allowing it to begin. In this quiet decision, the mind settles into a deeper stillness. You drift towards sleep, not because conditions are ideal, but because you have chosen peace anyway. And as the night carries you inward, a steady truth settles into the subconscious. That calm is not a fragile state granted by the world, but a quiet power you can return to again and again, regardless of what surrounds you. And as calm becomes something you can choose rather than something you wait for, another layer begins to fall away. The roles you wore all day, the careful expressions, the measured responses, the strength you displayed even when you were tired. Many people lie down still carrying the version of themselves the world expects, as if sleep were just another stage where the performance must continue. The Stoics practiced something different. They learned to enter sleep without social masks, returning to the simplest version of themselves before the mind drifts into rest. There is a quiet exhaustion that comes from maintaining an image, being the strong one, the agreeable one, the successful one, the unbothered one. These roles serve a purpose in daylight, helping us move through society, but they become heavy when carried into the night. The nervous system remains alert because it believes it still has something to uphold. True rest begins when the mind understands there is no audience here. The Stoics reflected each evening on the difference between who they appeared to be and who they actually were, not with judgment, but with honesty. They allowed themselves to acknowledge fears, doubts, fatigue, even moments of weakness. By doing this, they removed the pressure to be invulnerable. Calm deepens when you no longer need to defend an identity. They also practiced speaking to themselves as they would to a trusted friend. Gentle, clear, without harsh criticism. The inner voice often mirrors the expectations of others, pushing you to do more, be more, prove more. Replacing that voice with compassion signals to the brain that the day's demands have ended. Another part of this practice was releasing comparison. During the day, it is easy to measure yourself against others, adjusting your behavior to fit perceived standards. At night, this comparison becomes unnecessary noise. When you detach from it, the mind stops rehearsing conversations and judgments that no longer matter. Entering sleep without masks also means allowing emotion to exist without hiding it. If sadness is present, it can be acknowledged quietly. If relief is present, it can be felt without guilt. The Stoics believed that resisting emotion prolongs tension, while accepting it allows it to pass naturally. Sleep arrives more easily when nothing inside you is being suppressed. This practice does not make you indifferent to the world. It simply creates a space where you can exist without performing. A place where your worth is not measured by productivity, approval, or control. Just awareness, breathing, presence. So as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to prove, no role to maintain, no expectations to meet. The day has ended, and with it, the need to be anyone other than yourself. Let the shoulders drop, as if setting down a costume. Let the face soften, as if no one is watching. You are allowed to be unguarded here. In this unmasked stillness, the body begins to trust the night. Sleep approaches gently, not as an escape from effort, but as a return to authenticity. And as you drift deeper, a quiet understanding settles in, that the truest form of rest comes when you no longer carry the versions of yourself created for others, when you return to the simple presence that existed before any role was ever required, and when you allow that presence to rest without interruption until morning. And as the masks fall away and the need to perform dissolves into the quiet, another habit of the mind begins to reveal itself: the craving for stimulation, the pull toward noise, drama, urgency, constant movement. Many people have trained their nervous systems to feel alive only when something intense is happening. Calm starts to feel unfamiliar, even uncomfortable, as if peace were emptiness instead of safety. The Stoics noticed this pattern long ago, so they practiced training the subconscious to prefer peace over excitement, teaching the mind that stillness is not boredom, but restoration. There is a subtle addiction to emotional highs, the rush of urgency, the spike of anger, the thrill of anticipation, even the chaos of worry can create a sense of energy that the brain mistakes for purpose. When that stimulation disappears, restlessness appears in its place. People reach for distractions, replay old conflicts, scroll endlessly, or invent new problems just to feel engaged again. But this constant activation keeps the nervous system from ever fully settling. The Stoics gently reversed this conditioning. They exposed themselves to quiet on purpose, time without noise, without entertainment, without urgent input. At first, the mind resisted, searching for something to latch onto. But over time, the body began to recognize calm as nourishment. The absence of stimulation stopped feeling like deprivation and started feeling like relief. Another part of this practice was observing how excitement often comes with hidden tension. Even positive anticipation can tighten the body, quicken the breath, keep the mind scanning ahead. Peace, on the other hand, softens everything. It slows the heart, deepens the breath, allows awareness to expand instead of narrow. By noticing these differences, they learn to choose the state that sustained them rather than the one that drained them. They also trained themselves to find meaning in ordinary moments. Drinking water slowly, feeling the air on the skin, listening to quiet sounds without labeling them. These simple experiences grounded the mind in the present instead of pushing it toward constant novelty. The subconscious began to associate peace with presence rather than absence. At night, this training becomes especially powerful. The body is ready for stillness, but the mind may still chase stimulation out of habit. When you consciously soften your attention, release the need for entertainment, and allow the silence to exist without filling it, the subconscious receives a new message. Calm is safe. Calm is enough. This does not mean rejecting joy or enthusiasm. It means no longer depending on intensity to feel alive. When peace becomes the preferred state, excitement can be enjoyed without becoming necessary. Balance replaces craving. So as you rest now, there is nothing you need to seek, nothing you need to chase. The quiet around you is not empty. It is supportive. It is the space where the nervous system repairs itself and the mind resets. Let the urge for stimulation fade into the background. Let the silence feel full rather than hollow. You are allowed to be still without needing something to happen. In this quiet preference for peace, sleep approaches naturally. You drift not as someone withdrawing from life, but as someone returning to its foundation. And as the night deepens, a gentle understanding settles into the subconscious that the calm you once searched for outside has been here all along, waiting for you to stop chasing excitement long enough to recognize that peace is not a lesser state, but the one that sustains you through everything else. And as the mind begins to prefer peace over constant stimulation, another quiet anxiety starts to lose its grip. The fear that life is happening somewhere else without you. The feeling that if you slow down, step back, or choose stillness, you will fall behind, be forgotten, miss opportunities that will never return. This fear keeps many people restless long after the day is over. The Stoics recognized it as a subtle form of attachment, a belief that fulfillment exists only in what has not yet been experienced. So they practiced neutralizing the fear of missing out by learning to value presence over possibility. There is a hidden exhaustion in trying to keep up with everything. The mind jumps from one imagined scenario to another, measuring itself against invisible timelines, comparing its path to countless others. But much of what you fear missing was never meant for you in the first place. The Stoics reminded themselves that each life unfolds along a unique course, shaped by circumstances, choices, and chance. Peace comes when you stop trying to walk every road at once. They also reflected on how attention is limited. To say yes to one experience is to say no to another. This is not loss, it is the structure of existence. By accepting this, they removed the illusion that they could or should capture everything. Instead of viewing each decision as a closed door, they saw it as a deliberate step forward. Another part of this practice was questioning the assumption that more experiences automatically lead to more happiness. Many pursuits promise excitement, but deliver only temporary distraction. The Stoics valued depth over variety, preferring to engage fully with what was present rather than sampling endlessly without satisfaction. Calm grows when you stop scanning for alternatives and settle into what is already here. They also reminded themselves that comparison fuels this fear. Seeing others' achievements, celebrations, and adventures can create the impression that everyone else is living more fully. But these glimpses are fragments, not complete stories. By withdrawing attention from constant comparison, they protected their contentment. At night, this fear often becomes louder. The quiet leaves space for thoughts about what you could have done differently, where you could have been, who you could have become. Neutralizing it requires returning to a simple truth. The day you lived was the only one available to you. Nothing real was lost by living it as you did. This acceptance softens urgency. You no longer need to chase every possibility to feel complete. Life becomes something you participate in, not something you race against. So as you lie here now, there is nowhere else you need to be. Nothing essential is happening beyond this moment that you must witness. The world can continue turning without your supervision. Let the pressure to keep up dissolve. Let the sense that you are falling behind fade into the quiet. You are exactly where your path has brought you, and that is enough for now. In this release, sleep arrives more gently. You drift not as someone excluded from life, but as someone finally resting inside it. And as the night deepens, a calm understanding settles in. That peace grows when you stop measuring your life against invisible standards, when you trust that what is meant for you will meet you in time, and when you realize that the only moment you can truly miss is the one you refuse to inhabit. And as the fear of missing out fades and the mind stops scanning for what might be happening elsewhere, a new challenge quietly appears, the noise that never seems to stop. Not just the sounds around you, but the constant stream of opinions, alerts, conversations, expectations, and internal commentary that fills every empty space. Many people believe peace requires a silent environment, something rare and fragile. The Stoics understood that waiting for the world to quiet down is a losing strategy. So they practiced inner silence in the middle of noise, learning to create stillness within even when life around them remained loud. There is a difference between external noise and internal noise. The outside world may be busy, unpredictable, even chaotic, but the real disturbance comes from how the mind reacts to it. When every sound becomes a signal, every interruption a threat, the nervous system stays alert as if danger is everywhere. The Stoics trained themselves to let external noise exist without inviting it into their inner space. They treated it like weather, noticeable but not personal. They also practiced withdrawing attention from what did not require a response. Not every conversation needed participation. Not every opinion needed evaluation. Not every piece of information deserved space in the mind. By becoming selective about what they engaged with, they reduced the volume of their inner world. Silence grew not from the absence of sound, but from the absence of unnecessary involvement. Another part of this practice was returning to the breath whenever distraction pulled them outward. A slow inhale, a steady exhale, a quiet reminder that awareness can anchor you even when everything else is moving. The breath became a doorway back to stillness, available at any moment without needing special conditions. They also learned to observe thoughts without amplifying them. Noise often continues long after the external source disappears because the mind keeps replaying it. By noticing this habit, they interrupted it. A sound could occur, be registered, and then fade away without becoming a story. At night, inner silence becomes especially valuable. The world may still hum outside, distant traffic, faint voices, shifting air, but none of it needs to follow you into sleep. When you stop resisting noise, it loses its power to disturb. It becomes part of the background rather than the center of attention. This practice does not require isolation. It creates a sanctuary inside you that travels wherever you go, a place where awareness rests undisturbed, even when circumstances are not ideal. So as you lie here now, there is no need to fight the sounds that remain. Let them pass through the edges of awareness without clinging to them. You do not need perfect quiet to rest. Let the mind settle beneath the surface, where noise cannot reach. Let attention soften inward, away from the outside world. In this inner stillness, sleep approaches quietly. You drift, not because the world has gone silent, but because you have. And as the night deepens, a steady understanding settles in that true peace is not found by escaping noise, but by discovering the quiet center within you that remains untouched no matter how loud the world becomes. And as inner silence begins to form beneath the noise of the world, another hidden strain starts to loosen. The belief that everything is your responsibility to repair. The constant scanning for problems, the urge to correct, to intervene, to make every situation right before allowing yourself to rest. Many people carry this invisible burden, as if the world might collapse if they stop holding it together. The Stoics recognized how exhausting this habit becomes, so they practiced letting go of the need to fix everything, learning the difference between what requires action and what simply requires acceptance. There is a deep fatigue that comes from trying to manage what was never yours to control. Other people's emotions, unpredictable events, past mistakes, future uncertainties. The mind tries to assemble solutions long after its power has ended, but effort applied in the wrong place only creates frustration. The Stoics trained themselves to ask a simple question: is this within my influence right now? If the answer was no, they released it without guilt. They also understood that constant fixing can be a way of avoiding stillness. When you are always solving, adjusting, correcting, you never have to sit with uncertainty. Action becomes a shield against discomfort. By stepping back, they allowed life to unfold without interference, discovering that many situations resolve themselves when not forced. Another part of this practice was accepting that people grow through their own experiences. Trying to fix everything for others can unintentionally take away the lessons they need to learn. The Stoics offered guidance when appropriate, but they did not carry responsibility for outcomes beyond their reach. Compassion remained, but control was released. They also reflected on how perfection is an illusion that keeps the mind restless. There will always be something unfinished, something imperfect, something unresolved. Waiting for complete order before resting means rest will never come. Peace becomes possible when you allow incompleteness to exist without resistance. At night, this release becomes especially important. Sleep cannot begin while the mind is still repairing imaginary scenarios. When you set down the tools of control, the body understands that vigilance is no longer required. The nervous system softens because there is nothing left to monitor. This does not mean becoming indifferent. It means trusting that life does not depend entirely on your intervention. You can care deeply without carrying everything personally. So, as you lie here now, There is nothing you need to fix before morning. No problem that must be solved in the dark. The unfinished parts of life can remain unfinished for a while. Let the hands of the mind open. Let the tension of responsibility loosen its grip. You are allowed to pause without neglecting what matters. In this surrender, sleep approaches gently. You drift not as someone abandoning the world, but as someone finally stepping out of a role that was never meant to be permanent. And as the night deepens, a quiet understanding settles in. That calm grows when you stop trying to control every outcome, when you allow life to carry its own weight, and when you remember that rest itself is not a failure to fix things, but a necessary return to balance before you begin again. And as the urge to fix everything begins to loosen its grip, another habit quietly reveals itself. The endless loop of thinking about things that cannot be solved through thinking alone. The mind replaying conversations, predicting outcomes, dissecting small details as if clarity will eventually appear through sheer repetition. Many people mistake this activity for problem solving, but it often becomes a form of mental noise that keeps peace at a distance. The Stoics recognized this pattern and practiced reprogramming overthinking into observation, shifting from being trapped inside thoughts to simply watching them pass. There is a subtle difference between analyzing and observing. Analysis pulls you deeper into the story, adding more layers, more questions, more tension. Observation steps back. It notices without attaching. The Stoics trained themselves to treat thoughts like passing travelers rather than permanent residents. A worry could appear, be acknowledged, and continue on without being invited to stay. They also understood that overthinking is often fueled by the need for certainty. The mind keeps turning the problem around, hoping to uncover the one perspective that will remove doubt completely. But life rarely offers that kind of final answer. By accepting uncertainty, they remove the fuel that keeps the thinking cycle alive. Another part of this practice was recognizing that thoughts are not commands. Just because the mind produces a scenario does not mean it must be explored. Just because a memory surfaces does not mean it must be relived. By gently redirecting attention to the present moment, the sensation of breathing, the weight of the body against the bed, the quiet rhythm of the night, they retrained the brain to return to reality instead of drifting into endless mental projections. They also learned to label thoughts simply. Not "this is a disaster," but "this is a worry." Not "I can't handle this," but "this is a fear." This small shift weakens emotional intensity because it creates distance between you and the thought. You are no longer inside it, you are aware of it. At night, this transformation is especially powerful. Overthinking thrives in darkness when distractions fade. But observation turns the night into a calm space rather than a mental battlefield. Thoughts may still appear, but they no longer demand participation. They become background movement instead of the center of attention. This practice does not silence the mind completely. It changes your relationship to it. Instead of being pulled in every direction, you remain grounded, steady, aware. So, as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to solve, nothing that must be figured out before sleep arrives. If a thought appears, let it be seen and let it pass, like a cloud drifting across an open sky. Let the mind rest from trying to control itself. Let awareness remain gentle and wide, not focused and strained. In this quiet observation, sleep begins to unfold naturally. You drift not because every thought disappeared, but because none of them needed to hold you anymore. And as the night deepens, a steady understanding settles into the subconscious. that peace is not found by forcing the mind to stop thinking, but by learning to watch without becoming entangled, allowing the inner world to settle on its own when it is no longer being stirred by resistance. And as overthinking softens into quiet observation, another layer of complexity begins to dissolve. The habit of carrying too many emotions at once. The day fills the mind with reactions, disappointments, small victories, lingering tensions, scattered concerns. By nightfall, the inner world can feel crowded, as if every feeling is still competing for attention. The Stoics understood that rest requires simplification. So they practiced the nightly discipline of emotional simplicity, gently reducing the inner noise until only what truly mattered remained. There is a hidden weight in emotional clutter, not just strong feelings, but the accumulation of small ones left unresolved. Irritation from a conversation, worry about something unfinished, quiet resentment, subtle guilt, unspoken expectations. None of these may seem overwhelming alone, but together they create a restless background hum that prevents the mind from settling. Emotional simplicity begins by noticing this build-up without judgment. The Stoics trained themselves to sort their feelings before sleep, not by analyzing each one endlessly, but by asking whether it still deserved space. If something could not be changed tonight, it was set aside. If something had already passed, it was allowed to remain in the past. They reduced the emotional landscape to what was real in the present moment. Breathing, awareness, the quiet fact of being alive. Another part of this practice was distinguishing between what was felt and what was added by interpretation. Often the mind amplifies emotion through stories, imagining hidden meanings or future consequences. By returning to the raw sensation instead of the narrative, they removed layers of intensity. Sadness could simply be heaviness. Tension could simply be tightness. Without the story, emotions lost their urgency. They also practiced gratitude as a simplifying force, not as a forced positivity, but as a quiet acknowledgement that something went right today, no matter how small. This shifted attention away from what was missing toward what was present. Calm grows when appreciation replaces constant evaluation. At night, emotional simplicity becomes a form of mercy toward yourself. The day no longer needs to be processed in full detail. Not every experience requires closure before rest. By allowing complexity to fade into a few clear impressions, the mind finds space again. This does not mean suppressing emotion. It means letting it settle naturally instead of stirring it repeatedly. Like a glass of water left undisturbed, clarity returns when movement stops. So, as you lie here now, there is nothing you need to carry in its full intensity. The day can be reduced to something simple. It happened, it passed. You are here. Let the extra layers fall away. Let the need to understand everything dissolve into the quiet. You are allowed to rest without solving your feelings. In this emotional simplicity, sleep approaches gently. You drift not as someone overwhelmed by the weight of the day, but as someone who has set down what was never meant to be carried all night. And as the darkness deepens into rest, a quiet understanding settles in. That peace is not created by eliminating emotion, but by returning it to its simplest form, where the mind can breathe again without being crowded by everything it once held.